Wow! What is going on, guys? What is happening? I hope everybody can hear me. I hope I'm not muted. I hope Tippy didn't just push a button when she jumped across the board. And I hope all you guys are doing freaking fantastic on this wonderful Tuesday. So, can everybody hear me okay? If I position myself correctly, that is. I hope so. Hope everybody's having just a freaking awesome start to their week. Thank you, Mind and Milton. Been a member for 11 months. And then we got Brother Space Ghost, been a member for 7 months. I appreciate anybody who comes and hangs out with me. Love all you guys. Neil McKenzie was in here early, channel member. And then we have Brother Angelo in the house. We've got Bama Ninja, Brother Timmy in the house. And of course, channel member Space Ghost, hanging low. We got Knife Nut 69, channel member in the house. And we got Brother Todd Carr, evening, my friend, in the house. We have got Ed, who's also a channel member in the house. Howdy, howdy, and welcome to Sit and Spin. Insomniacs Sit and Spin's one thing, because I'll stay up and go as long as y'all want to. But I feel like for people on the coast opposite of me, it's only 8:15. So, and across the pond, it's the morning. Messer HQ is just now getting up for coffee. But it's good seeing every single one of you guys. Let me keep scrolling. Let me keep scrolling. Seeing who I'm missing. So, Trog, what is going on, my man? The man, the myth, the legend. Loving that thumbnail. Is that your face of the goat? Dude, that's fucking epic. I love it. I love it. I love it. And we also have Jeffrey Dawson is in the house. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you guys could come hang out on a Tuesday. I hope these Tuesday night streams are okay. The only reason I kind of wanted to do them is because there wasn't a whole lot going on. And like I was telling Shane earlier when I talked to him, I don't do a whole lot during the week, so I enjoy spending time with you guys. So these are just random kind of, when I say random, the way I'm trying to do the Tuesday night thing, and I'm eventually, and I don't mean a long time away, Mirsalt channel member, what is up, buddy? Welcome, welcome. I'm not going to have like a show plan, but I'm going to have things that I want to talk about. And Tuesday nights are going to kind of be the night that it's just me and chat, and hopefully some topics that have come up from Wednesday to the next Tuesday that we can talk about. And then Fridays will be where we have other people join at different times. I'm talking right now to a really cool company that will remain nameless, who their marketing manager may come join us either this Friday or next Friday. So I'm trying to bring people in besides Brother Kyle Coonley, who's going to start being Paul Mills. Welcome, 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 my brother from another mother. But Kyle Coonley is probably going to start, hopefully, joining Friday Night Flicks for towards the end of the night for just a short, not short, but he'll have his sharpening equipment set up, but just there to help. Messer, we were just talking about you, buddy. Good morning. I was talking about I shouldn't really call this Insomniacs Sit and Spin. I should just call it Sit and Spin, because on the West Coast, it's only 8:15, and you're probably getting up for breakfast. So good to see you, my friend. But yeah, the way I was thinking about it is just kind of keep it just light and easy, because I don't have a plan, but I know after watching other live streams that people go through stuff. They show different knives on different websites. I need to find a way to find out, and maybe we do it on a live stream when I get the Discord call set up, and we just all have a Discord call live to see what y'all prefer, what kind of content, because you get it all over the internet. There are live streams that I watch that some are very knife focused, some are very non-knife focused, and some are just different. So what I want to do is, 'cause I know I can put a 3-hour little program together that kind of meets a lot of those requirements. Because my hardest issue is with staying on a track if I don't have a track. That's when I'll go off and down rabbit holes. And that's just because I'm a scatterbrain, right? I blame it on ADHD, but I've always been a scatterbrain, but I've always had ADHD. So there's that. But if I have a structure, even if it's a basic outline, I think I can make live streams much more enjoyable for you guys. That's my point. My point is, I do this for fun. I do it because I love knives. And I mainly do it because of the community. I'm trying to play with my I'll go with that. I'll play with that. But I just want to make it better for you guys because I do it for fun. I haven't moved up and don't plan on moving up from an iPhone for top down videos because I think they're fine. I mean, my mics I feel are decent for my reviews. But when people come in for a stream, they're taking time at a certain time out of their schedule. Maybe remind people early in the live. Yeah, you can fire them off to Kyle on Instagram. Great point, Todd. Todd, you're on Instagram, aren't you? And the only reason I ask is because my brain, that's a fantastic idea. And I think we could probably even do it with like a Google sheet or something. There are ways to I know Kyle he's offered me fantastic knowledge. And one of the things I get out of every stream I do is some knowledge, whether it's personal wisdom or whether it's a knife I didn't know about or whether it's an experience I didn't know about, right? And Kyle has been his little trick on just simply sticking your finger under the tip of the knife when you're running your stone over there has made a huge difference in me burring up my tips. So I think that's a great idea, Todd. But if you do have, I think you are on Instagram, please shoot me a short DM that says, "Hey, dude, remember what I told you about Kyle?" That's all you have to say, or I'll remember it because that'll trigger the fact that come up with a way for Kyle to have a list of kind of questions and the expectation of the person who answered the question or asked the question to know that their question is going to be answered at a certain time. I like it. What's on YouTube? Music Portal. Yeah, it's the night where here in Alabama, we've got a really tight city council race for these two people I don't care anything about. But we're not talking about all that here. But yeah, there are a lot of lives going on. I am watching one in the background. This guy who is I tell you all about that crazy rabbit hole shit I watch, and I won't talk about it because I've been told by people I care a lot about that it drives people away. But this is one of the drama commentators, or basically he's a YouTube commentator, just looking at what the situation is. He's following it on a lot of different networks. So there are a lot of people that are streaming the it's a big event, right? It happens every 4 years, kind of like the Olympics. It is what it is, right? The way I look at it this morning when I serenity prayed, I focused on the things that are not in my control. For those of you that don't know the serenity prayer, it's just real simple. It's you can Google it. I don't want to preach it, but it's just basically one of the things is don't make me fucking worry about shit I can't control. And all I can do is my part, which I did. And I did it because I was able to take my old dad who's got dementia down to cast his ballot because he's real big about that. And it might be his last election. So I had to be really patient because he's a retired attorney who has dementia, but that doesn't mean he doesn't remember all of his like knowledge shit. He just doesn't remember what I told him 5 minutes ago. But so he sat there and read the entire ballot, right? He ended up voting on 2, which he could have done it with 1, but he voted 2 things, but he read both sides of the ballot. So we were in there for about an hour. So I did my part and whatever that is, and I'm gonna leave it at that, right? So then one of the things my sponsor told me in early sobriety, because I was a big and am a huge Auburn alumni and an Auburn football fan. I've seen them great. I've seen them shitty, right? Because they'll show you both sides. And I get kind of emotionally worked up about it. And my sponsor sat me down and made me realize, and I've told this story before, but these are kids playing a game, right? The pressure that's put on them is put on them by the program, whether it's Auburn, whoever, whatever football team, and the fact that it's being broadcast to a ton of people. Just don't watch it. And there were several things he said, and I was like, God, that's going to be hard not to do. And it really took a lot of stress off of me. So those things that are out of our control, I think, consume a lot of our brain RAM, if you want to call it that, RAM being memory. If there are things, and I heard Willie Nelson say something today on an Instagram tape about one of the things he learned early, because they were talking about what does he attribute his long life to. And he said when he was younger, he was a big warrior. They used to call him a worry wart. And he learned on his own that worrying about something doesn't change it. The only thing that changes it is changing it. Or if it's something you can't change, accepting it. So when he was in his 30s or late 20s, he claims he took worry. It took him a while, but worry is no longer part of an emotion he feels. So he feels shitty stuff. He feels things are closing in, but he's got to do something. But worrying about things, a lot of times we can't control them. I mean, a lot of people worry about things that are happening today, and there are people, whether we trust them or not, that are looking at that stuff. We can't control it. We need to just keep be responsible citizens, be very informed citizens, be diversified in where we get our information, and associate with a lot of different people to feel a lot of different, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of barometer to kind of feel what's going on and around you. And debate, not hate, I think is a great ideal. I think it's something that that's always been a challenge, probably dating back till when people could communicate. You try to start having a communication around a fire and somebody whacked the guy talking with a rock on the head, right? I don't worry about nothing because worry. It's true. I'm just telling you, man. I don't know if y'all know who Billy Strings is. I've played some videos for you, but he's one of my favorite guitarists, and that's a total genre of music I didn't get into, but he fuses it with rock. He just did a Halloween show with drummers where they covered stuff like When the Levee Breaks and all kinds of just killer rock and roll music. But he's got a line in the song that the song's called Away from a Mire. What's up, Edgy? Until you total control of 6 square feet. That's true. That's true, Edgy. I mean, again, I think too many times we look up, and that keeps us in our position where if you look down and you see that they're, that it's again, keep hope alive, right? Keep hope alive. You've got to keep hope alive. But that Billy Strings Away from the Mire song, there's a line I'm trying to get it to ring in my head. Hold on. Something about here. Let me just Google it real quick because it's a great line and it says pretty much the same thing in a different way. Away from the Mire lyric. All right. I don't want the meaning. I just want the fucking lyrics. Here we go. I just want the lyrics. Like I said, Google. And like I said, I wasn't going to leave chat. Here I am. So it's the line that I like is let go of the pain and hold on to the rhythm. It's consciously held back in you. You're drowning in sorrow that's long been at rest. The past is a hell. It can creep up inside you. So let me remind you of this. It's the reason your troubles exist. So to me, the way I interpret that is if you can let go of those past things that we might be ashamed of or regret, and come to peace with the fact that that's the past, it's responsible for a lot of our trauma or unhappiness today. And it's easier said than done. That's why so many songwriters and artists immortalize it, right? But it's good stuff to know, right? Jeffrey, that's great. I mean, it's great stuff. And that's what I took a philosophy class, and I also took poetry classes. And I think there's, philosophy or philosophical thought can come from just a few words or from an entire, diatribe, basically. But over time, I think we've seen that the same basic emotions, struggle, loss, fear, shit is there. I mean, it's written, and poets kind of capture it for people like me that have short-term memory problems. I can read it in a few lines, even though I don't understand the beauty of the poetry style. It's just like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Those couple of lines. That's why I like certain songs. Granted, now I've heard that a lot of songs and a lot of Hollywood producers are using a lot of artificial intelligence on certain artists, both live and in studio, which to me is a little bit disappointing. Because that's one of the things like painting, even though I think, painting, making knives, we've all seen that you can make a knife by a computer, you can make it by hand. You can make a painting like Pocket Metal does by layering a lot of different paint on top of each other, or you can, get a print. So there's just a lot of different choices. Michael up Church, what is up? Good to see you, brother. No, I'm not being deep. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to read for one of y'all to come up with, hey, David Jewell, what's something knifey we can talk about? How can you get extra credit? Oh, God. Right now, I used to have, when I was married and going through a divorce, I had a crappy credit score. And I slowly built it back up, to be a really, really good credit score. And right now, it is taking a freaking beating. And that's just because of life circumstances, right? I mean, again, it's something to worry about, which, of course, I'm conscious of it. And I know it'll be taken care of, but it's just something I can't consciously deal with now. So for me to worry about it and not be able to remedy it, it's just not a good plan for any of us. Michael, the Serenity Prayer is great for anyone, whether you're in recovery, whether you're not. I've got a good friend of mine who this year he's probably got 28 years, and we're the same age in the program. And when I got into the program in early sobriety, he told me, and it's true. And I've thought this. I've never said it out loud, but the big book is, and the basic principles to 12 and 12. Every human being could benefit from those. They're not something that's just, something that alcoholics get, right? It's edgy. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, my friend. That means no debt. But yeah, it's just, and Michael, it's easier said than done. I've been called a worrywart, and I do all the time. But at about 54 or 55, something shifted in me, and it wasn't an overnight shift. And I wish it had happened earlier. And it was a couple of things. The one, probably the biggest epiphany, was other people's opinion of me are one of those things that are out of my control. Right now, I can influence other people's opinion of me, which are totally in my control based on my actions, my words, whatever, right? However, anybody interprets me. But does it directly affect me? No. But all I can do is be the best I can be. And people will interpret that as they will, right? So, learning that, which is basically, in a nutshell, not giving really a fuck of what other people think, but at the same time, that doesn't mean just go balls to the wall asshole and not give a fuck. It just means be you, be the best version of you, hopefully under construction, constantly trying to get better. Um, that's awesome, Michael. That's awesome, buddy. Um, but it's just one of those things that it's just different, right? I mean, it's a life thing. Absolutely, Todd. And what I did, and it's been unfortunate, but like all of us, Blade HQ being one of them, we've been the victims of data hacks. Target. I'm trying to think of who I've gotten letters from. AT&T, Blade HQ, several others. But anyway, with that, I've gotten in with LifeLock and then checking. Luckily or unluckily, when you go through a life change situation like I recently did, and you have things that are kind of you're not taken care of like you should be, nobody's going to do much with your credit. I mean, good luck. But at the same time, you don't want your identity stolen. And also, if you've got children, especially young children or even college age children, um, they're victims of it a lot. And I'm not even going to go into what you have to look forward to, or look out for when you have elderly parents that you take care of, because there's an entire industry that calls, befriends, tries to save. And this is the story that they'll tell people like my dad. You don't want to burden your children with your burial. He's one who's been fortunate. He has burial insurance forever. But they're basically, my brother has power of attorney over my dad, but was able to stop a $30,000 attempted transaction with my dad trying to buy a car from somebody who called him because we had to take his car away because doesn't need to be driving. But he still thinks, he's a grown man. He wants to drive, even though he doesn't know where he is. But the point is, there are bad people out there that will take advantage of you. So identity theft is a big problem. But I think a big part of the economy now, what I see a lot of, we had to turn off my dad's home phone. He has a cell phone, which we did unlisted. Well, now people have gotten into that. And I can't convince him when he answers it and there's that pause, because the computer has dialed 100 numbers and there are only 80 people in the call center. So they're seeing what lights up, who picked up. That's why you've got that 4-second delay before somebody goes, well, hey there. I'm like, Dad, just hang up. And Dad's real old school, having a conversation, trying to let him off the phone easily. I'm like, Dad, if somebody came up and asked you for your wallet and had a knife in your face and you had a chance to get away, just have them fuck off. Just hang up. You don't have to do that. But if you've got parents and, look out for them. My mom had her computer hacked when she was in her 70s, early 70s. Just because she plays a lot of games online and she got a Windows, needs your Windows license. It's the oldest trick in the book. None of us would probably fall for it in our life time, but people of our parents' generation believe shit like that. Something pops up and say, hey, your Windows is not valid anymore. You can't play your game until you call this number or something. Then you just open the door and, and those, a thief, I think, probably rubs us all about the same way, but someone who preys on the elderly, people who've spent their whole life doing stuff, brand new American, channel member, what is up, buddy? To me, I think that's kind of the special kind of worse. Old people and little kids, when I think of people, I hear y'all about the elderly. It is, David. And for somebody who takes care of their dad, believe me, I see it all the time. And what's so bad is, like I say, he's a retired attorney. So when I say, Dad, please let me have your phone, because I just want to tell somebody to fuck off, because they're talking to him on the phone and I can hear him through his phone because he's got a flip phone, luckily. But It's not just him, it's everybody, and you hear stories of people who don't have family looking out for them, who have their entire life savings fleeced from these companies, usually overseas, but a lot of them are in the country, reverse mortgages on their house, equity taken out of their houses. There's so many ways for people to prey on what we have now is a hugely growing elderly population because it's like a mushroom, right? I mean, you've got a lot of people living a lot longer. So the elderly population has increased. I don't know what the percentage is, but over last generation, right? So it's just created an opportunity for people going to hell who don't care about shit like that, who are just looking for money. And unfortunately, a lot of these old people, I know from personal experience, my dad, they're don't have a lot going on, so they don't mind talking to somebody on the phone, where we hate it probably. I don't answer a phone if I don't have the number in. That's when I talk to anybody. I'm on Instagram and give them my number. I'm like, "Yeah, just call me anytime, but please text me first so I can put you in my phone so I'll know who you are when you call." Because if it's a random number or a number I don't remember, secret about me, it goes to my voicemail, and I don't check my voicemail. Out of sight, out of mind. Same reason I don't read comments. I read them when they pop up. It's not because I don't love and appreciate and want people to leave comments. Um, it's because it's overwhelming to me. Things like that are just, they're in my control, but I'm not ready to accept them and tackle them yet. And what I need to do with comments is just go in and start fresh like tomorrow. And everything going forward, it'd be manageable. But when I look back and I've got 2,500 that haven't been responded to, I feel like, well, how can I leave those people hanging? But all I'm doing is continuing to leave people, but I see them, um, and I apologize that I don't spend more time engaging because that's what I should be doing. But again, it's not that I don't value the fact that they're there. It's just that things like that overwhelm me. 'Cause I'm weird. I don't make an excuse out of it. I'm just telling you the truth. Paul Mills, what's Paul ask? Let me see. No, don't know what you're talking about. Blah, 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 blah. Where's Paul? Where's Paul? Where's Paul? The square. What the fuck? I think, let's see. Let me go to my regular chat because I've got the regular chat pulled up. But what's weird, because I'm on StreamYard, which, by the way, might be getting the down the road. And I'm a little bit scared because I'd have to use a new platform. But have any of y'all, let me find Paul's. Ooh, nice. I think it was after that. The square. Where's Ron Crow? Ron Crow. I think he's talking about the emoji. Where is it? Where's Ron? The one right by his name? Let's see. See several of his posts, but the only one I see is his little member emoji. But what do I know? But anyway, so have any of y'all had experience with Streamlabs? David, I do accept it, and that's why I've stuck with this hobby as long as I have. Like I said, and you hear a lot of it in the community, but I came for the knives, I stayed for the people. Making the mistake of going to Blade Show or opening my entire social life by going to Blade Show and meeting a lot of the people that I see in chat, and realizing that 98% of them are exactly like I would have expected. So it's refreshing to find a community of like-minded people, even though we're all different, right? That's why the whole debate not hate things big to me, because even though we might have radically different views on things that are very important, I'm not minimizing them, but we can't make them change independently. And I don't think any of them. I was listening to one of Scotch's videos, Scotch and Things, And he always does these great videos where he drives around. He talks about a knife, he pontificates, but he says he can remember. He was talking about a friend that came and had dinner with him. And one of the wife of his best friend that was his best man in his wedding doesn't understand why he carries knives. She doesn't think of them as a tool. She thinks of them as something that's like dangerous, right? She's totally, they have totally opposing political views on everything. His best man and his wife, and scotch and things, and his wife. They're diabolically opposed in political view. But what they do over dinner and drinks is they talk about it. They learn why each other feel the way they do. They never change each other's mind. They might rib each other or throw those things out there that are hard to answer. John, sweet dude. That is awesome, buddy. Yeah, the mini how are you gonna use it for your lives? Because where I'm crippled in my live stream setup right now is I only have my laptop that I look into, right? So, A, it makes it harder for me to read the chat, but, like, when I was in the office, I had 3 big monitors, so I could have my web pages up here, I could have the chat here, and I could have everything that I control right in front of me. I use an iPad, I've got it right here, but I use it for my, Elgato Stream Deck. So, like, if I wanna mute my mic or if I wanna change my screen layout, I just push that button and it does it. If I wanna chat my email address, I just push that button and allegedly it threw up my email address for the channel. So, but I tried to use it to follow chat, because when I switch screens or I'm looking at websites trying to share knives with y'all, I would try to watch the chat on the iPad, but that was hard. I need 2 monitors that are the same size, not big. I don't need big monitors, and just have them synced up where I can kinda get a flow of chat, content that I'm trying to share, and what I'm controlling, which today is StreamYard. Um, oh, you're using your iPad? Let me tell you something, buddy. Some of my best streams, my earliest streams for a while, I just used my iPhone, or it might have been my iPad. Um, a laptop, I picked up my laptop on Amazon for less than 400 bucks. Um, and it might have been less than 300. It's very basic, but it had the things I need, which was a couple of C ports or a C port. It needed to have a place where I could plug in, because some of them you can't plug in a Cat 5. I wanted to, even though it's wireless, which is great because they're all wireless, so you can Wi-Fi them, but I want a hard wire in my computer when I'm doing a live stream, right? So you want one that will accept the Cat 5. And then I got a little soundboard, and I built it over time, a couple of lights, and hopefully I'll update it one day. Um, the most important thing I heard from people who would DM me and give me advice was that you want your vocals to be as good as possible. And I almost did that to you guys tonight. It's true, buddy, but, because are you videoing with the phone too? Because you can change the orientation, but it is doing it all mobile. I know from just looking at this small screen, which is probably I know how hard it would be to read on an iPad. So this screen is like 15 inches. My iPad viewing area, like 9.5. So yeah, it's and the way I look at it is if I had a good, like an Anchor docking station, which I think I would need to really power the monitor right, because I brought my mom's monitor over here to see if I could just run it out of my HDMI, and I could, but with everything else I had running out of my computer, it would cause that monitor to flicker from time to time, like it was gonna go out, and I thought that that might have been because it didn't have enough power, but I wanted to try it out before I bought 2 monitors, but I would need a docking station and 2 monitors, and that'll be the next thing I get, because I think that's important in terms of being able to conduct a stream and share and utilize more content. Because it's hard for me. So, for example, if I was gonna go over here and share DLT with you, I can share it, but I have to if I'm gonna manipulate anything on the page, I'm no longer on StreamYard, which means I'm not looking at chat. So we can go in here and we can look at new arrivals, but you guys could be telling me, "Oh, stop, show me that," and I'm not looking at it. If I go back and look at the chat, I can see what I'm sharing, but I can't move it anymore. So if I had multiple screens, I could do that because I could be one screen could have my this view on it, and the other stream or the other screen would have the view where I could actually put my mouse on it and look at what came in, which I haven't done in a long time. I thought we could do it tonight. I know other people do it all the time. There are only a couple of sites I look at. I look at Blade HQ, not first because they always have stuff that I know will be coming soon other places too. But I look at River's Edge Cutlery, DLT, GP Knives. I will go to White Mountain Knives. I will go to Traditional Pocket Knives. I'd like to check one of these out. If you guys check this out, I don't understand. I understand the history of it. I understand that it was a Tizola design, right? That they made like a long time ago and Tactile Turn reimagined it. But the reason I ask is, and I assume that's titanium, but I've got the Chupacabra, which I love. I love this knife. It's a fantastic knife, as a matter of fact. And it was only $249. Magna cut, aluminum, Snex lock, which was a thing that really attracted me to it, plus the blade. But then I look at this knife, and it's $469. So I don't know what it's a liner lock. It's not a Snex lock. Let's see what the material is. Because to me, if it's aluminum, the handle material is titanium. So you got titanium and Magna cut, or you've got aluminum and Magna cut. So is that titanium worth $230? I don't think so. Something I don't understand about this knife. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, or if any of y'all had experienced, because it could just be that it's that good of a knife, and I know it's a Bob collaboration. So I would assume that would, you have to have profit from more than just one entity. But anyway, I can't really share, screens. It sucks because I can't, it doesn't show me what you guys are doing at the same time. Timmy, did you have the good mushroom pizza? Timmy, you're too close to me geographically. You need to call me if you are having mushroom pizza as often as possible. You need to call a brother. I think you have my number. If not, US made, but is the chupacabra not US made? And it may not be, I don't know. But is that not a USA made knife? Did they have this one outsourced? I was under the impression, but I don't follow them that closely, that Tactile, all their knives were US made. I don't know that, I'm asking. Right, Jeffrey, I'm not saying it's not, but I was under the impression that this was a USA made aluminum Magna cut knife. So my question was, for aluminum Magna cut with a Snex lock at $249, unless you get the Lynch clip, which is an upgrade, which I didn't get, but to go from there to $469 for titanium, this is Magna cut too. That's why I just didn't see I didn't see how they would how that matched up, right? Just and guys, this is a great knife. This was probably USA made, the coolest knife, not just because of the price, but the knife that I like and been excited about the most because I love the Wii Vision R. I've got the Wii Vision FG. I love this next lock. And this blade shape to me works great. Kind of thin, Magnacut. Oh, Ron, what? Hold on, let me. What did I miss? Uh-oh. Lost it. I lost it. Yeah, I believe that. And I wasn't really arguing it, Jeffrey, and I appreciate that's what I mean by I learn something every day, right? And I'm I'm an idiot kind of when it comes to a lot of that stuff. And again, my whole vibe is talking about how knives make me feel, right? I'm not capable of making a knife like Shane. I don't do stuff like that, but like I've got titanium benders, and I know it's heavier. I know aluminum's cheaper to mill. I've got a lot of Protex and aluminum, but for somebody like me, I know that this is going to be more expensive. But I like the aluminum, um, $200 less for sure. Um, Again, I love Thai, um, but isn't the that knife also thinner? Because this is not what I noticed about the Chupacabra is it's not the thinnest knife because it's the next knife lock. Jeffrey, there are, and I want to show you guys one right now. If I can remember where I won't be able to find it again. I'll have to go to Instagram and find the message. Do y'all remember? Were y'all on Friday Night Flicks when I had Andrew Kidd and David Berry, the people that made? I put that knife up because I just wanted American made knives out here, and he made it in Canada. But that little Lucky Dog, if y'all were here when he was on, David Mary reached out to me, and there's a store. I think it's in Canada, maybe it's the U.S., but he had made some custom knives for them, and they haven't been moving them. And he asked if they sent me one. I'd have to send it back, of course, but if they sent me one, would I showcase it? I said, I'll do a review on it. I'll look at it. I'll do an overview. But let me look at the knife first. Let me see if I can find, because I'm seeing, I mean, you talk about custom makers, and this is a custom maker. And I don't think after watching David, or excuse me, Satu Dave's video yesterday, I learned a little bit about mid tech versus what you would consider to be fully custom. Um, and what David is doing is he's having his blanks water jetted, and then he does the grinds and detail work on the blade and the handles. So my understanding is that's not considered a true custom, but to me, I really appreciate it. Let me see if I can find. Oh, maybe he messaged me. Damn it. I took my phone off to get that. I think he messaged me. It's on Instagram. All right. That was a waste. But I do want to show you guys. Bando, talk about fixed to death. I've got more fixies that I will never use that I just love. I've gotten this collection thing. I mean, it's just something I've gotten into it. I don't know why. Let me make myself centered again. Boom. All right. Let me go to my text because I want to show you guys this little knife and tell me what you think about it. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Boom. We found the company. It is. All right. Have y'all ever heard of New River Knife Works? Anybody in here heard of New River Knife Works? That's a retail operation. New River Knife Works. I'll warn you, it's going to say site unsafe. And all that means is an old site. You'll notice when I show you the structure of the site, but they've of an HTTP site, not an HTTPS, which means it's not got the extra new Google security on it. So this is New River Knives. Where are they? I'm sure. I've never heard of them before. They're in West Virginia. All right. So if we go to, I got lost on the, I'll get back to the freaking, there's David Mary. Somewhere, I thought I could just go to a maker's. Where is it? Yeah. No, there it is. All right. So then David Mary Custom. So this little knife is 7 inches. The wooden one's more expensive because it's Magna Cut. It's $260. But these little ABE or ABLs are $155. I don't know if that hawk bill. It looks to me like I could sharpen. I don't know. But I thought they were kind of cool little knives. I was like, sure, I'd love to look at one and check it out. And if I like it, I might buy one because $155 did not seem super expensive to me. But what do y'all think about that design? I mean, is that an interesting knife? What's up, Tori Casey? And 7 inches, it's tiny. You know, I like a little bit smaller knife, but it looks like it'd be a good one. I don't like the site. I can see why it's hard to navigate because you saw how long it took me to find knives. So I can't go in here. I can go Park River, Best Tech, consignment. Let's see what they got under consignment. Nothing. All right, let's look at. If I wanted to go to Park River, nothing. Jack Wolf, Jack, Joe Poof, patches. But anyway, that said not secure. I don't know if y'all saw that up there. See, I've been so tuned out. Let's do this. Let's do it. Patrick Melton was saying, the guy that I'm going to stream snipe him for a second. Where's my mute button?
So the former president of the United States.
Did they hear about the felonies? Why am I doing Rocco?
Stronger now.
Look at his chat.
In the last campaign.
All
He's
right,
really
need
fine.
to King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4
You
more
gotta
are
put
on the
something in
line
front of your
right
face to
now
do
as
Rocco.
polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we
Yes!
project
Yes, did they not?
So it looks like, you know, it's just close. Paul, you hear an echo on me or an echo when I change it? Oh, the audio changes knife nut. When I move over here, you probably hear me totally different. Mersalt, when I move over here, and when I share the audio, it probably sucked because I don't know how to work it right. Can y'all hear me okay? Or are you still getting an echo? I know what I need to do. I need to put on my professional Cole voice and go with y'all there. I know it sounds weird now.
But if I use my real voice, it's a little bit too high. So I've got to dial in just the right frequency. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Whose line was that? What song? I'll give you a hint. It was a 3-letter acronym. The band. What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Somebody tell me. Hey, Mersalt. I hear you, buddy.
Loser.
That's right, REM. That was one of my least favorite songs, but I did love Murmur. I don't know if y'all, I was in college when REM was in Athens, Georgia. I went to Auburn. We were about 2.5 hours apart. So I would see them when they would come through and do the college bar circuit. But Murmur, I don't think it was their first album. It might have been. But totally different than their later stuff. I mean, I can't blame anyone for getting discovered and commercializing. People call it selling out. What's up, Lee Wolf? I don't call it selling out. I call it capitalizing on your opportunity, if that's what you want to do. Some people do, some people don't. But their older stuff, Murmur, my favorite album was Life's Rich Pageant, just because we listened to that. I think it was my junior year, constantly on repeat. I don't know if y'all have ever heard REM's Life Rich Pageant, but I recommend it. Superman is a killer party song, especially with ecstasy. It really goes good with it. Dang, Ross, what's going on? And Lee, your package hopefully will be there. Let me see. Let me take a quick pick at something here. Look at my tracky. Click on that. Process through facility. Label size. Where does it show me my... Oh, I got to click these. Mail. I got to click another link. Sorry. My bad. Thursday by 9 p.m. Tomorrow, Lee, are you calling tomorrow Thursday? Is it midnight where you are, buddy? I think you'll like it. It's a small knife, and the weird gimmicky thing about it that at first I didn't think I would use, but I tried it. I haven't had to use it in the wild because I always carry one with me, is it's got a bit driver in the blade. The knife I'm talking about, guys, is this knife right here. Let me pull it up. It's been a great little knife. I've really enjoyed it. Whoop, that's just a scale kit. Hold on, let me get to the knife before I show it to you. Oh, so they're not going to have it in stock? Is that what they're telling me? Here's a picture of it. It was one of my earlier, the hardest thing for me, guys, is finding the right size EDC fixed blade. The right size that I would be happy carrying. It's this little knife, little Elmax knife. Super well done. But it's got that little hexama jobber. But today, for example, I carried a bigger fixie than normal, but I carried it in my back pocket as a pocket dropper. So, dang, Ross. YouTube Music Portal. I listened to Love and Rockets in college. I wasn't totally onto them. Like I wasn't into Todd and the Wet Sprocket. There were certain bands that I really liked. Like I got early on into Widespread Panic. And from there, I got into like Leftover Salmon. I kind of got into the early jam band scene. Dave Matthews, when he would play at our fraternity house, right? I mean, so I liked REM. I liked Echo and the Bunnymen for some reason. I was digging The Cult. I was digging, and I know that's all different music, but when I think of college music, there was a band called the White Animals. I don't know if y'all ever heard of them, but the White Animals they had quit music because they're all doctors. They were all in medical school, but they were also ecstasy chemists, and they wrote music about it. One of them was called Ecstasy. They had a song called Ecstasy that was really good. And it was funny because you'd see them play at a bar and it would be a scene where everybody'd go, they'd get giddy, they'd watch the band, and afterwards you'd sit around and chat because you had been at a bar for 3 hours listening to a band, and the band were college kids like you. And these guys were really smart. And they never wanted to take, even though they were selling out where they were and could have probably been a bigger band, they were going to be doctors. And they probably are still making clandestine shit on the side. I don't know. But I know when they broke up, the lead singer went from Auburn to Vanderbilt Medical School. Look them up, YouTube Music Portal. they weren't big. They were a college band. You know, like I say, they played. I don't know. I don't even think they went to school in Auburn. They went to school somewhere in the SEC, but they went to med school in Vanderbilt. Like 3 of them did. Dinosaur Jr. was, again, one of those that was kind of off my radar. I listened to the Red Hot Chili Peppers I'll tell you the albums that played in the house when we lived out 7 miles outside of Auburn, me and 3 other dudes. And that's when I listened to probably the most music. Peter Gabriel, The Cult Love, Echo and the Bunnymen. I forget the name of that now album. Guadalcanal Diary. A lot of Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, a lot of Grateful Dead early on. I didn't like it because I hadn't been to a show yet. So to me, that was horrible. Spin Doctors, I listened to. Blues Traveler was big for me. I liked them. Early Blues Traveler. Who do we listen to? Blood Sugar Sex Magic, that Red Hot Chili Peppers. Jane's Addiction, Ritual de Habitual. That introduced me to Jane's Addiction. Beastie Boys, License to Ill. That was that time for me. So it was kind of a wide variety of music. But we had some great party mixes. Question for chat: 150, 148, C28, and aluminum. Would you pay for it? Am I just not thinking it's too much? Todd Carr, it depends on who made it. I've learned that because I've been buying. You'll see a knife tomorrow, a review on Amazon from an Amazon knife. I've been buying a couple of those because my budget's been really low, and I've just been seeing if they're good knives. They're fixed blades, of course, but it depends on who made it because I wouldn't say that's too much. Because again, I look at the design, the designer. To me, it's not about the steel, but I'm different, right? I'm different than most people. I know steel costs more for different types of steel, but I've also heard the steel difference isn't all that much. Working with the steel can be a little bit more or less. But I would pay $155 for 14C, me personally, before I paid $275, which I have several of them here, in M390 or something else. Because that's if you're talking about a 7-inch knife that I'm going to be using to cut foraging stuff or cut string or rope, that's easy to sharpen, which I don't think that one is probably pretty easy to sharpen. But when I saw that little knife, I thought it was a pretty good price. Now, the Lucky Dog that I got that was over $200 is in 3V. I can appreciate that 3V is a good material, but will I personally get the value out of that better steel? Personally, no, I won't. But I can appreciate it, right? It's like having a nicer watch. I can tell time on a Casio, which is not a bad watch. I'm not saying it is. Swatch, not a bad watch. But I can tell what time on a Rolex. But one's going to probably make me feel different than the other one. It's going to make me feel like I've got something better on my wrist. Yeah, and that's one of the videos I'm going to make, Lee. And it's going to be the perfect knife. I don't have a bunch of knives out there. I'll share it with you guys because there are not many of us in here. I'm just going to talk about the perfect knife's the knife you like. It's that simple. And I think you can go to the review pages, channels, whatever you want to call them, to learn about a knife. And that's what I used to do, is see how a knife operated, see how it looked, see how it came out of the unbox. I always liked unboxings. I thought that told a lot about a product because I'm a marketing guy. I'm an idiot. But I just think if you get that information that you need, that's why my videos don't get a lot of views, but I try to make them when somebody's searching for a certain knife, it'll come up and they can learn about it, right? If you like the knife, if it suits what you're looking for, both in price and in fitting your needs, you've got the perfect knife for right now. Ron Crow, you haven't missed anything. You can always, is that a Blues for Allah? No, it's not. It's something else on your logo. I can't tell. You can usually bounce out of here for God knows how long and not miss much, because usually we just kind of hang out. Tell me if this makes y'all dizzy, because if it doesn't, I liked it earlier, but then I thought that might make people dizzy. It kind of does, doesn't it? Let me go back to that. No, I'm not. I'm going to go. You can tell I'm an idiot, but I'm going to do this. Where is it? Where is it? Make it look like we're in the big city. The buckhorn. Love the design so much, I don't care that it's not 20 CV or Magna Cut. S35 is a great steel. That's another thing, Paul. And I need to learn what other people are learning about steels, because they're all getting it from the same place. Because I used to look for S35 when I was buying knives, and that wasn't 3 years ago. And I've never had a problem with S35. So a knife maker came up with that, Chris Reeves, versus a metallurgist who also likes knives who came up with Magna Cut. Why do custom makers still use a lot of those steels that a lot of the community that I'm in contact with do not consider super steels? This right here is ABEL, and I guarantee you this will hold up as well as anything. Now, edge retention is always one that I can understand that sharpening your knife takes time out of the work that you could be doing with it. But I don't think any of them, some of them might, but none of them that we would be looking at are going to perform. I like sharpening knives, so that doesn't bother me. I realize the more you sharpen the knife, the more steel you take off it. But I've just never been, one of the first knives I got was an S110V Para 2. I've never had to sharpen it. It stayed sharp. I'll give it that. But I've also got an S30V Para 2 that's been great. I think I've sharpened it once. And then I've got a CTS XHP that I traded our brother Justin, OCD for EDC. So it's a special knife. It's got an extra marking on it. It's got his member number because it's a membership knife. This was the Cutlery Shop exclusive. And I still got the orange scales if I ever sell it, which I won't, because I've got now a Warncliffe, a Tonto, and my S110V. But this is probably my favorite Spyderco P2 or PM2, which I'm one of those weird guys who's a small guy. Kyle Coonley will say I'm tiny, but I hate a Para 3. Bought one early on in my knife collecting days when I wasn't trading and sold it. It was a catch and release. And I've got knives that are smaller than that I love. For example, to me, some of the best ergos in the game because it's just so simple. Another great little knife. And then my fave on the Spyderco side is the Mannix. And I heard Shane talking the other night, and I agree with him on the ball cage. The plastic one's fine, but when you buy that kit, I've got a titanium ball cage in mine, even though it's not black, it's purple. And it doesn't feel that much difference, but I don't remember it being that expensive when I bought it with the kit from OCD for EDC, because I put in my ceramic ball and my lighter spring, and I've got these rock scale design scales on it, which are linerless. So I was able to take off those really jimpy liners that I know a lot of people love about the Mannix too. But I was looking for an EDC knife without all that extra jimpy. Do you have a tie ball cage? I've got a couple of plastic ones or a plastic one. I don't think I have a tie one left. I hooked it up with somebody. I forget who. May have been Grateful Panic. May have been Shane. But I wasn't using it because I had my purple one in there. And that, guys, be careful, because it's not an impossible mod. It's not a hard mod, but you got to pay attention to it or you'll shoot that little ball, which is the size of a BB, smaller than a BB. You'll send that thing Supermaning. Good luck finding it. Really digging this knife. This is and again, you bigger guys probably wouldn't. I thought it was going to be a bigger knife. It's about the size of the TRM Neutron. And I'm not usually a river lock or axis lock guy, but I love the shape. It's their thickest knife that they've made, pocket knife wise, but it's still super slicey and it's Magna Cut. And the G10, I can't really show it because my camera sucks, but I would say the G10 to me feels more fibrous and more quality than even some of Spyderco's G10. I think it's fantastic. Absolutely banging. So I tried to have just American stuff out here tonight. And then we'll check the, see what's going on in. Great knife. I know it looks like a thing that you just spread jelly on your toast with, but I promise you it's not. This would be a great small game knife, except I don't use it for that. It's a great package opener. It's a great cardboard cutter. It'll cut some fruit. I cut an apple today, and I'm waiting for my squirrel to come. Not my squirrel, my possums to come. So this is the knife that I reviewed that's coming out tomorrow. It is not designed to just be a great knife. It's an intro knife for somebody who might say, do I want a fixed blade? I don't want to spend a lot of money. Lee Wolf, I'm going to get out my chickadee, baby. Those are the bomb. But this is called a Flissa, which I didn't know that till it said it on the box. It didn't come with this lanyard. It did come with this lanyard, but it was tied like it was tied by a 3-year-old, which it probably was. And it was horrible. It was long. It was just janky. I cut it in half, made a couple of lanyards. But this is D2 G10, very basic, made in China, off-brand, under $22. I have used my Dremel, my cordless Dremel, and my TS Prof because I don't have a proper set of vice grips or vise, and I cut a choil in it, and I sharpened it. It burred up great. It's sharpened amazingly well. And again, I don't know how many $22 knives there are. And if it was a $45 knife, it's just, there's nothing about it. But for, I think it's $21.99. Not a bad little guy. It's 7 inches long, which is a little bit big for me. And it comes with a tech lock, which I'm not a fan of, but I wasn't going to keep it long enough. I'm going to make this a giveaway at some point. But I wasn't going to keep it long enough. So I kept the tech lock on it. But I'm trying to find some cool stuff, not because I want to promote cheap knives. I would just like to find inexpensive fixed blades, because my first fixed blade was that little Tucson TS 150. Lee, we're about to grab some chickadees, baby. I know you really didn't want to see them, but I get so fired up, and I know you can't hear me. I've got one in an Oak City leather sheath. Now, those of you who mock what is the awesomeness of the smallest, most expensive knife per inch, I say, sit and spin, baby. I love these little guys. This one's got Kyle's edge on it. This one's got my edge on it. Let's test them. And Kyle, I'm still sending you my A100. I need to just do it. You may have to put me on a payment plan for the cash. But this is the 20CV. The other one's in an Oak City leather sheet somewhere. That's my edge, which is nowhere near. And then this is the Magna Cut that Kyle sharpened. And a lot of times when you guys watch me on video, if you do cut, a lot of times it's cutter error. Most times it's cutter error. But Kyle's edge is not only sharp, it's gorgeous. Let's see if I can get it. And to really appreciate it, and he'll say this is an older knife he did because he did this. I bought this from Lefty over a year ago. But you can put a jeweler's loop to this, and it's quite impressive. But yeah, chickadees are small. They're not for everybody, but they kind of fit me. And as a matter of fact, this is the knife that my buddy, who was the best man at my wedding, who lives in Jackson, Tennessee, thought would be funny to send me a big boy knife because he thought my knife was too small. And he sent me this. What's up, man? Yako? That is a, what's the name of the company? Silver Stag. Oops, I whacked the mic. A Silver Stag big boy Bowie. That's the name of it. And the blade is 10 inches. Tender collector, what is up? And the stag handle sucks. I just don't care for that. I'm not a fan. Doesn't feel right. What's up, Addicted to Blades? It's just not the right deal. So let's take a peek. Even though we're not talking about it, we're not going to have a word about it. We're going to go over and see what Patrick's saying over on NLO. Let's go to the beginning of it. Let's find it here.
The moment they're going back to Trump, I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here.
246.
No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many.
None of these guys, they don't use, sorry.
It's kind of funny. His take on it's funny. That's how I can watch it. What's up, said Stevie? I can't watch the returns or anything like that, again, because my sponsor told me it'd be foolish. But I can watch comedians joke about it, right? So yeah, tonight was the US knives being out. That's one I traded Brother Carco for, that I'm just absolutely, that's my biggest knife, said Stevie. That is my big boy Bowie. It was sent to me because you might have missed it. But Lee wanted to see my chickadees. Ha ha ha. And so I broke them out and did cut tests. Showed off Kyle Coonley's edge. Showed off my edge. And then I pulled out the knife after my buddy Ab, who was the best man at my wedding. My edge is much smaller and not as impressive as Kyle's. But I pulled out a big boy knife. And this knife came, this is the Servant knives. It's called the Mech Fighter. And what I love about it is this little pinky ring. Attitude adjuster, but it's just a fighting knife, right? So it had a kind of a thick grind, but I put an edge on this. That made it scary sharp. I'm telling you guys, for somebody who never liked or would even consider looking at fixed blades, especially the smaller ones, and said, Stevie, I love your red line fixie. I want to know, because I love it, and I let my buddy A to Z hang out with mine. I love the way the handle feels, but I've heard people complain about the handle. I'd be curious to see what your thoughts on this knife. To me, it's a little big for an EDC knife, but it's a great knife. I would love to see them make a red line EDC, maybe the shadow size. But I love the way this handle works. And I've heard a couple of videos that just absolutely, or one video that just hates it. which is fair, right? Because I think everybody's different. Craig Vincent, what is up? So I did a test, and I took the scales off this and put it in my TS Prof and sharpened it, and it was actually very effective. And then I made another short, because this little nori neck axe that I got at White Mountain Knives, I got no gripes about the red line. It won't be a regular. It's a big one. It might be a good truck knife though. But does the handle? Because my buddy, you met Jeff, my buddy A to Z, who we met in Blade Show 2022. He said it felt great in his hand, and I've got a much smaller, bonier hand, and it feels great in my hand under hard use. And then I saw a reviewer say, "Oh, this handle is just ridiculous." But this little implement, for whatever reason, every time I post a short, 15-second short, just like all my other 15-second shorts, all I do is I have the camera facing down on it. I take it out of the little magnetic sheath. I show it. I'm not showing my face. I'm just showing the knife. Put it back down. It's over. It gets all the views. I mean, people gobble that shit up. So I got this, which I haven't done a review on it yet. This is the Olight, which is the Otical keyring axe. It was cheap. I was looking for cheap stuff to buy to get my dopamine, so I'd have something inbound. And I got this little finger axe, which is a good package opener. That's really all it is a package opener. But I'll do little shorts with it, right? And people eat it up. So it'll eventually be a giveaway knife. This little guy will. But it's weird what people watch. Satisfaction has been, golly, where is time gone? Where has time slipped away? Thank you, Maddie. I'll tell you guys, and since there are not many of us in here, I'm going to show you what I ordered today that is coming from Amazon that I wanted to check out. And don't laugh at the other thing that I ordered, and I know y'all will. I'm such an idiot and so not concerned about my privacy and do so many things I shouldn't do. I've got both the Google Home speakers and I've got the Amazon Alexa shit. So this little guy, and it doesn't look like much there. $28. Yeah, it's 9 CRV, but I want you to look how thick this bitch is. Whoops. Why is it not letting me drive it? Look at that. Can y'all see that? So A, I thought it was cool. B, I thought it was cheap. C, I thought it'd make a couple of cool videos, and then I could give it away to one of you guys. It's bigger than I thought. Let me kill this sound. Interesting, right? Different. Not a hatchet by any means, but just a weird little cutting implement, but thick. And watch this. I know it means nothing, but he slices paper like I do. Much better though. So that's coming. So you guys have an update on what the unboxing is going to be Thursday afternoon. It's going to be that little axe. Uh-oh, Kyle. Who are we talking about? So we can remedy this shit. I need to check another situation. I need to check with Sid Stevie on a situation. Where is let me see if I can find it. See, that's why I'm so bad about being in the chat. Who scanned you 3 times? No, Craig, I actually go, what I try to do, oh, that's cool. What I try to do is and I'm stupid for doing this. I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm actually a weak individual who is a people pleaser because I guess, suffer from childhood trauma or some bullshit. I don't know what. But in either case, I get myself involved and disagreements that I become aware of that to me seem stupid. They don't seem like they're even disagreement worthy. So I try to mediate them for some reason. Or if not, slow down the anger train, let them talk it out or try to settle it out before somebody makes a video slamming somebody who can't make a video because they don't have a platform. Stupid shit like that. Ron, how do you like the Griffin F3? I've never had a folder, but I have both the Griffin Scout 2.5 and I've got the Griffin Scout Medic, and I like both of those knives very much. I wish you guys knew me back in the day. I was this size, but all through high school, because I was, as a little kid, kind of picked on. I was small, but as in middle school, actually in grade school, I started wrestling and going to these different summer wrestling camps. So when high school started, that was my sport. I was a wrestler and I was a mini mite. So 98's the lowest weight class. That's what I wrestled my first year. Then I went up. But anyway, what you learn about wrestling is how to get bigger people down. And it's a good thing for fighting. I would rather, and this is just my perspective, I've taken boxing. I'm not a good boxer, but I would rather have the skills I learned wrestling, getting people down, than being able to box people. Because I had a big boxer who actually punched me one night when I came home. He was visiting the people in duplex next to me in Auburn. And we had words, and he walked over, a bigger guy, and he punched me. No big deal. I cussed him, walked in my little duplex. Found out that the guy had kind of been after me because of a chick that I didn't know they even knew each other. She was from a different city than me, but they were from the same city. So 3 years later, it was my senior year. He'd already graduated. He was back for a fraternity party. He was real drunk. And I was up at this bar, and I was leaving a bar with my, at the time, fiance. Thank God that didn't work out. Ecstasy is a powerful drug, by the way. And my roommate. So there are three of us. Me, another guy, and my ex-fiance, who's still a good friend. She married a best friend of mine. Well, we'd parked over by this bar, and there was a bookstore. This is like 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a bookstore, J&L College Bookstore there. And as I'm walking to my car, I see that motherfucker from 3 years ago come walking from behind the goddamn bookstore across the parking lot that's empty towards us. Well, my fiance's not looking. My roommate's not looking. He gets close enough for me to shoot for his legs. And I just instinctively, he didn't even know it was coming. He was coming to say shit, I'm sure, or something. But it had been raining. I took his legs, took his left leg, twisted it. He went on his back. I immediately got on him, put both my thumbs in his eyes, which is a great hold, by the way. If you get your weight on somebody and you can control their legs with your legs and you just put pressure, because they'll close their eyes. But if you have your thumbs on top of them, you can kind of control them not to move. It's kind of like one of those things, like, you better not, I'm going to push this goddamn thumb all the way in. But anyway, my ex-fiance freaked out. She thought I was crazy because we'd had a crazy night. We'd been doing some very mind-altering things, but I preemptively stopped what I knew was going to be a violent situation because he'd punched me before. It wasn't a scoop. It would have been more of a punt. It would have been more of a, like me just using my, at the time, I was probably up to 135 pounds, but I would have just pushed forward on him. Now, had he fallen on his stomach, what I would have done is put him in a full Nelson, both arms under his arms, and grab his head where his head's down on his chest, and then choke him out. Once he got his neck where he couldn't move it up, I would choke him out. Wouldn't have to punch him once. But he was the type guy that, since he'd punched me, if I'd have choked him out, or if they didn't break me up and the cops weren't coming, if I'd have choked him out, I would have sat there and punched him for like at least 20 times. I hated that big son of a bitch after that punch because I felt like I just let it happen, which I did because I was the guy that, and I still am. I won't swing first. Now, if I see you, which I've had this happen before, swing on someone like a woman, I will come fucking take you out. No questions asked. That's the first time in high school I put somebody in a full Nelson, because as a wrestler, that's something that was totally illegal. You couldn't do that. But when you fought people, you could. And he bit my finger. He bit all the way through my fingernail. I didn't let up. I mean, I was trying to crush his fucking spine. But again, people broke us up. And by the way, if you get somebody under the arms like that, even at my age, which I'm an old dude, and I know Tyson Jake Paul's a joke, but I'm not a fighter. But if somebody fucked with me and they were within 185 pounds, 200 and over, I'm not going there. But 180 pounds, I can use their momentum to get them down still. I know I can. Kyle, that sucks. The worst injury I ever had, and it was from when I was in the down position, somebody chopped my arm, was I hyperextended my elbow. I've never had pain like that. Well, I have. I broke ribs, and then sneezing 2 weeks after I broke my ribs made me TT a little. So that was more painful. But the hyperextended elbow is terrible. Rhodey, because this was a fight, right? So I took him down. When I took him down, I controlled his legs with my legs. So I had his legs wrapped up. He's on his back. I've got his right and left leg pretty much splayed. He's bigger than me. He's flat on his back in the concrete, and he went down kind of hard. His back of his head hit. And I immediately had my thumbs in his eyes. Now, the guy in the full Nelson, that was high school. He was a basketball player. He was a little closer to my size. But I had a crossbody on him. I had my left leg through his left leg, locked down, where I was using my hips to place his hips down. He was in a full Nelson. You're not getting out. Nobody's getting out. Good luck with that. If I've got control of your legs with my legs, I can full Nelson you and choke you out. Now, I might not ever get you to that position, but I can get people to the ground. And I haven't done it in a whole lot of years, but you don't forget that shit. Yeah, it's definitely, if you're just bucking somebody, you can get them out. But by controlling, and that's how I would wrestle. When I would be on top, like, I don't know if you've ever seen college or high school wrestling where somebody's in the down position, somebody's in the up position, or then both people in the up position. Well, if I'm in the top position, my first move is to take my left leg, and because I'm holding your left arm, and put it through your leg and hook it around the outside to start working that crossbody, which was a camp I went to that's just a leg. And I don't have strong legs. It's just a matter of using what you have to kind of control the lower half of the body. Me neither, Craig. But I think as a dude who's ever been put in those positions, especially if you were put in those positions not by your own making, by people kind of seeking you out to fuck with you or whatever, I think you're always kind of, I don't think you're ever going to fall out of being able to attempt to defend yourself. I don't think you'll ever, or I hope I never go, oh God, this is going to be, I think I'll just instinctively go into that. There is no such thing as a fair fight, unless you're right. But God, I saw a great piece on that somebody was talking about, and it wasn't comedy, but it was funny because it was true. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I regret having the whole high school, college fighting rule. I guess it was taught to me by somebody, you don't swing first. So I'd always say, fucking, if you want to go, make a move. And a lot of times I'd get fucking smacked. I wouldn't get knocked out, but I'd get a disadvantage where when that guy came walking from behind the thing and he didn't think I was looking at him and I fucking took him to his back and his head hit the concrete, he was surprised. I guarantee you he was in fucking shock because I was a little guy who he'd punched out with one punch in a parking lot. And now he's on his back with my thumbs in his eyes and he thinks he's about to be blinded. Because God looked out for me. I would have blinded that motherfucker. I still have feelings for him. If I saw him, which I wouldn't recognize him, walking towards me in the mall today, which luckily I don't remember what he looks like, I would have that same response because he kind of traumatized me. Most of the fights I lost were kind of planned. They were kind of like staged after school fights, or they were going to be at a party. And they were when he hit me in that parking lot, that was a fight I felt like I lost that I didn't get a chance to fight in. So maybe I have some pin up. I don't know. I need to go more therapists. Hey, Bama Ninja, that's fair. If you're about to get choked to death, fuck that. I'm going to fucking do whatever it takes. Jeffrey. Yeah, he did. I'm longing for it. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. The one thing I will say is where I trained, where I went to school, we had every off-season goal, and it was granted I was losing so much weight. I was not just losing body fat, I was losing muscle mass. But when I weighed 119, I was bench pressing 245 pounds. So I stayed very much strong for what I could produce with the limited calories I was taking in. But yeah, the 163, 167 after Christmas, 185, 155, 126. I liked watching those guys too. But yeah, dude, those guys, those were more like brawls. The 163, 185, those are just big guys fucking going at it with skill. They're using the same techniques. Guys, the Sweeney, I had the full size, but it was too big for me, so I sold it or traded it. My buddy, A to Z, just got one on Blade Binge, a full size, black, stonewash blade, Ultim handles for $197. Great little Riot made knife. I wish I still had the full size because the full size was about the same length as a Spyderco, but it's still a very gentleman, pocket friendly profile. It's a great little knife and a great full size knife. I didn't develop muscle mass until my freshman year in high school when I started. And at first I had to, but then after my freshman year, because my freshman year as a 98 pounder, I took a lot of L's. I got pinned a lot of times because I was kind of a green. I didn't know a lot of that. So off season, I did what the coach said in terms of getting stronger. And then even went to, I went to Granby School of Wrestling in Christchurch, Virginia, my sophomore summer. I went to Dan Gable's wrestling camp my freshman year, between freshman and sophomore, because I just didn't like getting my ass kicked. And I might have gotten like 3 wins my freshman year. I took a lot of L's and got pinned a lot of times, but I kept getting better because I worked hard at it. But the people that were kicking my ass, that were working harder or they were better than me, would follow me from weight class to weight class, not intentionally. We just grew the same way. So it was a trip, man. I wouldn't trade it for anything. It was a lot of time dedicated to it, but I would have been getting in trouble because I got in trouble anyway if I wasn't doing that. Plus, I don't know if any of y'all ever cut weight for anything, but as in a wrestling season is about 3.5, 4 months long. So during Thanksgiving and Christmas, I wasn't able to eat when we go have family dinners and stuff. I could eat a little bit, but I would not be able to eat like everybody else because I was maintaining a weight that was 10 pounds, 8 to 10 pounds lower than my normal weight. But I think it's February when we had our state tournament, early February. After that last weigh-in, you could eat. Jim Jordan. Let me Google his picture. I bet I did. Let me see. Did he wrestle for Iowa, Jim Jordan? Wow. Wow. 150-1. Holy fuck. I did not watch him and I don't recognize him, but it looks like he went to college in Ohio and his record's 150-1. He was a 4-time state champion in high school. That means he won their state tournament every year. I wonder why he was so much better. Oh, he's in government too. Y'all know, check it out. There's his records. He wrestled as a 134 pounder. That's a tough weight class. Very, very competitive. Ooh. He kept his weight at 134. So he never. College season, he took a few L's. 1984, sophomore year, he took a few L's, but always more wins. Yeah, I mean, I respect it. Do you guys know, and you all probably all know this number, but do y'all know Homer Felites? Brother Homer? Homer is he was on the U.S. Olympics wrestling prep team as a heavyweight. He was a fucking badass. Still is. Not Homer Felites. Marcos Gama. Marcos Gama. I'm sorry. Homer, I didn't mean to. And Marcos, I'm sorry. It was you. Marcos Gama is the man. Let's pull his record. Marcos Gama wrestling. Let's see. College. Let's go to that. D-Metal, what's up, brother? I'm sure it's something political, and that's okay. I mean, that's absolutely. What's up, Sharper Than Most? That's absolutely okay. I was just wooing over his wrestling prowess, but yeah, if y'all ever have a chance to talk to Marcus Gamma, that dude was the fucking shit. He and I talked for about 2 hours about wrestling. I mean, he gets it. He's lived it. And that's okay, buddy. We don't, I mean, that's 100% okay. And it's probably justified based on your personal experiences. That's cool. So now is the time of the night that I switch from Celsius and I try a Crescent 9. Not sponsored by them, but if they want to sponsor me, I'm all for it. This is great sleep juice. Carl Sanderberg. See, my heroes, but I'm old, dude. My heroes were Dan Gables, Paul. Carl Sanderson. Where am I? I've got too many windows open on one computer. That's why any of you that want to get into streaming, I would definitely get a 2-monitor setup. It's just as easy. Let's see. I spell that last name. Sanderson. My memory's so bad. Sanderson. $159-0. Goddamn, dude. Iowa State. Yeah, the Iowa State, dude. They're it. 4 individual NCAA championships. 4 most outstanding wrestler. What weight was he? Let's learn about this dude. 184 and 197. He was a baller. 39-0, 99, 40-0, 2000, 40-0, 2001, 40-0, 197. That's what people don't realize. Wrestling seasons, at least in high school, you have 2 dual meets, which means you wrestle 2 teams each week, which means you wrestle 4 times. And then you have tournaments on the weekend where you'll wrestle depending on how long you stay in the tournament. This is his coaching record. But yeah, I mean, hats off to people who excel at this sport or any individual sport. Team sports, hats off to you too. But the individual sports, Andre the Drinker. Dude, what's funny is when I was a kid, I loved that kind of wrestling, like Mr. Wrestling #1, Mr. Wrestling #2. But when I started getting into KISS, I knew that pro wrestling was fake. And I hadn't even started wrestling yet. Oh, Kurt Angle, absolutely. Absolutely. He is a boss. Dude, I don't know if y'all have seen other styles of wrestling, like the college is more freestyle. They focus more, colleges too, but on throws. But Greco-Roman is pretty freaking intense. Let me see if I can, let's go Greco-Roman throws. So I'm going to mute it. And I'm going to show you guys what these guys do is they're getting points for throws. So check these bosses out. They use their weight. I don't know if you saw that, but that dude was kind of pushing in, and that guy grabbed him, pulled him in, and used his weight to just carry that throw. One of my biggest regrets, there was a guy who, Danny Harper. And Danny Harper was a local Huntsville wrestler from a different high school, and he would always beat me by like 2 points. 3 points, never pinned me, but we were always close. And we actually, our senior year, we got best match in the city tournament. I got to wrestle him in state, and it was my last before I went into consolation because I lost this match. But there was like 8 seconds left. I was down by like a point, and I had the perfect position to lateral drop him, which is basically when you're tied up like that, to suck them in and just go over. And basically you get at least a takedown, which is 2 points, but usually 3. And on top of that, because you're taking them straight to their back. All right, Kyle, I'm going to do it. But I did it. My coach was screaming it. I did it like a few seconds too late. And it didn't matter because I was already down by points. But I look back on that, even today, I think, God damn it, if I'd have just stepped into that like a couple of seconds earlier, I would have because I could lateral drop the fuck out of people. And if in high school wrestling, if their feet clear their head, like if they go over like in Greco, it's an illegal throw. All right, here we go. Are y'all watching that? Keeping him in bounds. Nice little single leg. Yeah, these are men. I mean, you're right. Lightweights are a totally different game. So right there, 2 points. Let's see. 2 points. So you can beat people like in boxing with just points. So that's 2, but if he keeps him on his back, well, no, he didn't. Out of bounds. Let's see what we got here. Takedown, 2. Boom. That's just beautiful stuff. I love it. Yeah, single leg was my thing as a little guy. And I do the sweep. Pull him. Look at that. I mean, the best wrestlers just like in martial arts, you use their opponent's momentum at those right times against them. Dude won the Olympics in 2020. Dude, that's just strong. I love it. I had cauliflower ears, but I never had it bad enough to have them drained. We wore headgear constantly. You still get cauliflower ears. Dude, you got to think when you're in down position, people are putting their head. I mean, your head's always getting wrenched. Now, a lot of these MMA guys, wow. Because he was a monster, right? I mean, they probably taught him. I mean, they could tell he was. I mean, if you can succeed as a gladiator, which is basically what that is, with the right technique and the right training, which if you can learn to wrestle like that, you can probably learn. Big fan. But it's kind of like I'm one of those weird guys when it comes to gentlemen's clubs. I'm not a fan because it's kind of like if you're a marine biologist and you want to dive with the fish and learn about them, but you're just taken to the fucking aquarium to look at them through the glass. Kyle Coonley, I'm going to show you something real quick too, another video, because athlete that I watched growing up at my college, I saw a video on my feed the other day that blew my mind. Let's see, 200. All right, let's watch this. Bo Jackson. So Bo Jackson was my dude who at Auburn was the tailback, Heisman Trophy winner. So this is him when he played for, was it the Oakland A's? He played for a college or a pro team. All right, so this is him in either right or left field. There's a fly ball. He's getting ready to call for it. But what I want y'all to watch is he's about to make a throw from where he catches this ball back to first base where the guy was taking second before he turned around. It's 200 miles an hour and on the money. So y'all check this shit out. Then I'll show you one more. Bo Jackson, talking about an athlete that's just, watch this throw. Rifle, boom, pow. Now check this out. This is also Bo Jackson. Kansas City. But unfortunately, he got a bad hip pointer. All right, hold on. Let me go back just a little bit and make it big. So y'all can see what we got going on here. Can y'all still see that? All right. So check this out. So goddamn insane. In the air and absolutely a strike. Here's some of his best outfield throws. So we'll watch this, then we'll move on to something different. This may give us a better view. Let's make it big. Whoops. There's a different one. Boom. In the air, from outfield to third base, out. And usually that you throw to the second baseman, the cutoff guy. And I don't even know baseball, but Bo was such a fucking man. Watch this. Boom. Rocket. Sorry, cutoff man. Right where he's sliding. Boom. And again, I'm not a baseball fan, but this dude, watch this. Going home. No, you're not. See ya. Nobody expects when you're on third base and it goes out in the outfield, every coach will tell you take home. They can't get it there. Now, Bo knows. Let's see if he throws another one. Here we go. It's just going to be a slow-mo. So, of course, you take home because he's going to have to throw to his cutoff guy. No, he's not. He's going to fucking rifle it. It's a running back. He wasn't even a quarterback. Boom, you're out. Anyway, I am a huge fan of people who have athletic prowess. And Dion was phenomenal too. You're exactly right. That run up the wall play is insane. And people don't realize, I'm not taking anything away from any of those guys. Because again, the only reason I know Bo is because when I was a freshman, he was a senior at Auburn when he won the Heisman. So I would watch him run. And he was just what's amazing about him, if you watch old footage, is in the backfield, he looks like he's going 1 mile per hour because he's looking for a hole. He moves horizontally. And then when he sees a hole, he blows up. Bo Jackson. Let's look at this one. This is the best ever. Bo Jackson. What was that guy's name? Bo Jackson. Football. Highlights. It's what's that guy's name? All right. What's that guy's name? He was also a big famous college player, had long hair, and Bo ran him into the end zone for about 10 yards. Oh, you're going to make me watch the whole commercial? We're not going to watch much of this. All right. What was that guy's name that he ran through the end zone? Bo Jackson, football, touchdown highlight. I wish I could remember that guy's name. I would think he would show up as the first one. Here's him jumping off the wall. A bunch of times. Look at him run up the fucking wall. Look at that shit. The one I want is the one he hits. No, we're just catches. Show me something good. Let's watch him hit. That was his first NFL touchdown. That's not it. I'm looking for something particular. Let's go. I know what to search for. Hold on. Bear with me, kids. And I know none of y'all care about this, but my brain's gone into hyperfixation mode. Seattle Seahawks rushing touchdown. All right, here we go. This is gonna. I want to see the 91-yard run. Brian Bosworth. That was his name. Do y'all remember Brian Bosworth? The Boz, as they called him. He was like I forget which college he played for, but he was around the time Bo was there, and he always said, Bo don't know shit, blah, blah, blah. And check this out. Check this hit out. This run for a TD. Let's see. And then all right. So Bosworth was bigger than Bo by a bunch. And I'm sure this is going to make me watch this commercial. His career went downhill from there on. Watch where they make contact at about the 4. So he's right there to plug the hole. Boom. I got you. Bo's nothing. Bo carried me through the end zone. So I told you it'd get weird and we'd do shit that meant nothing. Donnie, what is up? No, we were just somebody was talking about all around athletes. I even forgot who we were talking about. Just, it's getting weird. I go off on tangents. Earl Campbell was a beast. You know who ran as hard as Earl Campbell? Larry Zonka. Y'all might not remember Larry Zonka. He played with one freaking face strap. Yeah, you want to hit low, Tori. I mean, he tried it. Well, he thought Boz had the power that he liked those spectacular tackles, right? He liked to knock people over. You don't want to do that to Bo. But Larry Zonka was a beast. Was an absolute beast. So does anybody here have any interest in the Tyson Jake Paul fight? I do, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it's going to happen. Personal prediction. I think Jake knows better. But I don't know if y'all saw that train they put out. People were always saying that this Tyson training footage is only showing 5-10 second bursts of energy. This man's 58 years old. And their rules, because this is a sanctioned fight, goes towards their records, but they're 2-minute rounds, 10 or 12 rounds. And so they showed Mike Tyson with his sparring guy do a bunch of 3-minute rounds. Dude, terrifying. Reminds me of when I was a kid and watched Tyson. Jim Brown was, yeah, you're right, guys. And when you think about that too, because like when I look at some of the old time greats, it wasn't an equal playing field because you didn't have all the players on the field. You didn't have the talent when you opened up the leagues. Walter Payton was the man and the most soft-spoken dude ever. You had Walter Payton. You had Larry Zonka. I'm just trying to think of up-the-middle bulldogs. Earl Campbell. What was the little guy's name? So good. Are you talking about Jake? Because I'm 100% Team Tyson. And I would love nothing more. And I think I like Jake better than Logan. It's in training. 2024. All right. I like Logan better than Jake, or Jake better than Logan, but not by much. That's 4 weeks ago. I don't want to see that. 13 days ago. This is the one I want to show y'all. Do a little bit more professionally where you don't have to watch a fucking ad. All right. So I'll keep the sound off. I get copyright strikes on this stuff. But so here you have 57, I think, maybe 58-year-old Mike Tyson and his fully dressed up with armor sparring. Oh, no, he's not dressed up. All right, sparring partners. So let's see what we got here. Only a minute. His body blows hurt. My point is, Mike Tyson is evolved and different as he is now, has something in his brain that's allowed him to be one of the greatest fighters ever. And I think when he goes into fight mode, there's no holding it back. Yeah, they're wearing heavier gloves, but watch his hip movement and watch his shoulder, his punching power. And think about people. And I know he's going to be getting hit too, but Mike can take punches. Anyway, I'm kind of interested in it. My prediction is it does not happen. I have a feeling. What's up, Crispy? I have a feeling that Jake Paul's going to find a way to cancel it in a way that looks like he's doing it for humane reasons. Yeah, power's the last thing to go. And they say, speed's kind of the first, but watching Tyson, it's almost like he's snapped into, but Tyson, like a Bo Jackson or like any of these other exceptional athletes, is an exceptional specimen. In terms of heavyweight fighters, I know Muhammad Ali was great, had more finesse, but I think Mike Tyson's probably, in my recollection, and I watched old school boxing too, but it's the greatest heavyweight of all time. I think he's the man. I think he's a GOAT. And I know he had bad fights, and I know he bit off Evander's ear, and I give him bonus points for that. But just because he's such a warrior. Group howdy, Crispy. But you got to give it up for those people that put their bodies through that damage. And people say they make a lot of money, yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of them don't manage it well, and you've got to be able to sack that shit back because good chance you're not going to be able to do much. All right, so what we're going to do real quick, even though we're not having a kind of stream, we're going to do a quick check-in, see what's happening. Uh-oh, is the stream over? Here. Oh. I'll mute that motherfucker. What's going on here? All right, we're not going to mute it. We're going to make sure we're live. So we're 251. This guy's crazy. Don't hold anything he says against me.
They have the Senate now.
She
If they get the White House and if they
looking.
get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not be the backstop.
246
of the Senate
20.
controlled by Democrats.
Did not want the backstop.
Sure,
You can
sure.
change
I
what-
just say we may be looking
No,
at
it's
that.
no Democrats like turned and flipped when they
Anyway, so the election's still being decided, and it probably will be for months. Rhodey, I heard something recently, and I don't know if it's true or not, but that a lot of that Rudy was fabricated. I don't know where I heard that, so I shouldn't even really say it. But I'd heard somewhere that there's more to the Rudy story. And unfortunately, did y'all hear about the story of the government going in and getting that social media squirrel and that raccoon and putting them down? Did y'all hear about that? Happened last week? There's more to that story, is why I asked. Because allegedly the neighbor turned the squirrel in because it had more followers. And this squirrel, these people had an animal rescue. They also ran a daycare. Turns out there's more to the story. It's terrible for Peanut. Peanut, the squirrel. All right, here we go. And Fred the raccoon. So Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon were seized in an FBI raid last week. They're social media stars. And it looked like a disgrace when it came out, which it is a disgrace that they would take an animal's lives because of what the people did. But give me some goddamn Peanut. All right. I want to see Peanut. PEA nut squirrel. So anyway, so this was Peanut's page. Peanut had 830,000 followers. Peanut, rest in peace. This past week has been a nightmare for me and my family, but so much love. P and Fredward. I'll show you Fred in a second. They were picked up and taken by the Fed and euthanized. Okay, so that was the story that everybody was running with. True story. That's part of the story. But the rest of the story is the guy who has the animal rescue, and they also run a daycare. They also have an OnlyFans, ceiling fans. And the problem with that is this all happened in New York. And New York has a law specifically forbidding the production of said material. So allegedly, the real story is the bust was all because of that. And Fred, the raccoon, and Peanut, the squirrel, were unfortunate casualties. But I would think that they could, you know, knowing the history of them being domesticated, take them to a petting zoo or something. I love the lock spring tension because I like when you say get, how tight is yours? Mine's snappy, which is what I like. Now, that thumb stud flip didn't work good, but when I go to reverse flick it, it's got snap. So I don't know how much snap yours has, but the more you flip anything, the more it's going to break in. But it's got, for a Snex lock, the Vision FG has a really good tight detent like this one. My Vision R from Wii does not have nearly the detent, but I would say it's going to break in some, but not a ton. If it's too much for you, the good news is you could sell it. But I love, it takes me, because for me to reverse finger flick it, I got to really give it. Yeah, Bama Ninja. The shit, society's falling off, and hopefully we'll get back to it because we're the same people, kind of. I mean, I guess the internet's ruined a lot of people. It's just horrible, man. I mean, really, it's just horrible because to me, again, I love people, but I think we will all say that animals are a lot better than people because when it comes down to just blatant loyalty. Yeah, that's what I heard, Jeffrey, to test for rabies. And what's fucked up about that, which I understand it, if I got bitten, you'd probably have to do that as protocol, but they've been inside domesticated, right? So the chances of rabies, and if you look at statistically rabies in squirrels, raccoons, a little different. But to me, it's just, I can see it there being another side to the story, but I still don't understand. You know, I just think that's going to make them look bad. And to be honest with you, it's been used as a political whipping post or a political whipping stick that I think's been effective. And bless knives, Donnie, I think when, and I don't know anything about this except from what I've seen on TV from, or some of the body cam channels I watch, is if it's a dog that's approaching you when you enter a house, you breach it. It's kind of protocol where they, and I don't know if they always do that, but like if a pit bull or something, you've got to euthanize it on the spot for protection. But it's, I don't trust, and I'm probably, well, I'm on YouTube. They're all fair. I say my only regret of my one arrest is not adding the attempted evasion charge to it and what it would have cost me to get out of that when I got caught. I think you need to go down. First of all, one thing I learned that saved my life, because of a bad situation than one of the guys with us had is if you're ever caught red-handed, lie, never tell the truth to the cops. Never. Because in some situations, we were asked, 6 of us were caught. They found something right in front of us, obviously one of ours, and they had to walk and take each one of us like 20 feet away from the other and says, is this yours or have you seen anybody with it? And since every one of us said no, sure haven't. And they were like, sure you have. It's right there at your feet. Nope. They were just looking for one person to say yes, because that would have been enough to get somebody arrested. Since we said, nope, fucking don't know what you're talking about. What is that? They walked us out of these caves we were in. It was like about a 15-minute walk out. And they're telling us the whole time, y'all are going to jail, your lives are ruined, blah, blah, blah. We get back to where they saw our truck parked and they had to let us go. And they took down my license because I ran deeper into the caves because there was something else that I had to make go away. But yeah, dude, dogs are children. A dog, I don't care if it's a vicious dog. If you've raised that dog since it's a baby, I guarantee you it's loyal to you and treats you better than most of the humans in your life. Rhodey, blessed knives are freaking awesome. And Donnie is a very cool guy who stands behind his shit and he does his shit immaculately. Peanut, put him down. I love debate. They're great knives. I saw a nice Scotch and Things got that he showed off on Friday Night Flicks that I thought was really cool. There's so many, that's what I love about some of the guys like Scotch and Satu is I see things that I had no idea it was even fucking around. And I see that in everyday stuff. You know, I can look at my table here and almost everything I've seen on a video first. You know, but I still think it's odd because maybe subconsciously it's affected me, but I don't think a reviewer, and I've watched when I was in the knife buying, which is, you know, no channel phase of just knife collecting, I would always watch a lot of videos and it was never really anything that was said by the reviewer. Like, this is the best knife, you've got to get it. That made me get it. It was just, I can see that that's a great knife. And I've rarely gotten dogs, but I've seen all of them before on eBay before I bought them. That's so terrible, David. I mean, again, the thing that worries me is you can't discharge a firearm pew pew in the city limits of Huntsville. Well, we have coyotes in the neighborhood. And I've got my possum pals, and I've got this one cat that lives up the street that comes and hangs here late night. I guarantee you, if a coyote walked up my steps, my 322 that I have right by me at all times is coming out. It does not have a can on it, so it would be quite loud. And I just deal with it afterwards. Say, no, it's coming to eat my cat. I'd make something up. Because I will shoot a wild animal if it's attacking a domesticated animal. I won't shoot a wild animal otherwise. Or if it's attacking me, I guess I would also shoot it. And Rhodey, that is great advice from Donnie. And not only it'll give you ideas, it'll help you make a even cooler decision when you're ready. I'm lightning, brah. I'm just going to call and pay. Hey, Donnie will accept that too. I think Donnie will accept that. Almost. And when I was fully employed and I had the cash, there was one I wanted. I forget what the model was. They had it at my range. And at the time, it was about 4 weeks before the whole stamp issue just opened up and they started to release them in 2 weeks. So I thought it was going to be a really long time to get it. And just didn't jump on it. The other thing I regret that I was planning on getting was a long one. I don't have any long ones. I've got several short ones, but no long ones. Mad, what'd you take apart, buddy, to make it better? Hey, Kyle, somebody made a suggestion earlier before you were here. I just thought about it. It's a good idea. I'm trying to think how the idea, it was something about me putting out some questions for you leading up to the Friday Night Flicks to try to get some questions that you can kind of preview so that going into your sharpening corner, clinging word sharpening corner, there's some questions that you've already got that you know you're going to be able to talk to. Oh, the chupacabra. I'm not taking mine apart yet, but I'm assuming if it works like the other snacks lock, you've got a spring back here. So there's several ways, but the more you can make that spring loose, the more or less strong the detent's going to be. I just think it's perfect, but everybody's different. I will, Kyle. I got to put something out. I guess I'll do it maybe I'll put a post on YouTube tomorrow, and just get people to send me questions. Cause I think that's something that I get a lot of joy out of doing. I know people like Lefty don't, but I think it's because he's a lot more busy. I think a lot of us don't do it because we don't have the confidence. You know, knives are expensive. We're afraid we can, and I've learned, yeah, you can mess one up, but not really if you're careful. If you've got I've had several black bear and one bobcat on the counter. Turned his back, dropped a deuce. Yeah, blacks are a little more, they're better than browns from what I hear. I was in Red Bay, Alabama, which is on a bay close to Mobile, and I was working for a company, and I was staying at the boss's little bay house, which was on stilts. And what was interesting about it is you'd go down a paved road to the bay to where you stop at the bay, and then you turn and you go about a quarter mile down a gravel road, and there were driveways all along there. Hers was about a quarter mile down. You'd go through the gate, and then you were safe. Well, I longboard, so I always take one with me. And that afternoon, after work, I took out, walked the quarter mile till I got to the concrete, and then started skating. And as I started skating, I would see something kind of out of the corner of my eye over, because there were forest on both sides, trees. And I looked back once and I saw a goddamn bobcat come out of the ditch and go back up in the woods. It was fucking following me. So I turned around. The people that I worked with at Pro Image Installers started calling me Bobcat, because I turned around right away. And I knew I had to pass it, heading back to the gravel, thinking once I got off the pavement, I was going to have to walk. And that fucking bobcat followed me, guys. I mean, not close, not like right up on me, but it stalked me. So I would look back and I lost it. And its head would stick out from a tree, you know? So it was like following me, not necessarily chasing me, but it was unsettling. And I don't know if y'all have seen the videos. They're great videos in the long run, but I'm sure I've also seen some that turn out badly, but where a bobcat will get caught in a trap and the humans come out to save it, and they've got that big metal shield It's got the little mouse hole cut in it that they put over the bobcat's trapped arm. And that keeps the bobcat from ripping their face off while they cut the trap off the other arm. And there are videos of the bobcat coming over that thing with their one arm and just because they don't know what's happening. But bobcats are pretty fucking brutal. They can be very brutal. There's a great video on YouTube of a bobcat on a golf course, and it's in the sand trap, and it's an elevated green, and their golfers filming it. And what it's doing is they're ducks that are walking up on the green. And so this bobcat's in a sand trap, which sand traps are hard to run out of because you're in sand. And that damn thing springs out of that sand trap up about 8 to 10 feet to this green and is able to catch a duck out of the air because it surprised them so much. It had just taken off and run off with it. They're awesome cats. I think bobcats, and I could be wrong. I know mountain lions, they're sensationalized, the killings that happen. But I read somewhere that statistically, mountain lions attacking humans is very rare. Mountain lions posturing, scaring off humans is not as rare. Bobcats, I think, because of their size, being little, going to counterattack each year on turkey hunters, really. So, see, I would only think a bobcat, and I'm probably wrong because one followed me and it didn't have babies. I would only think it would be like you're invading my territory and I'm protecting my babies. But it sounds like they might just be assholes. And there are plenty of videos on YouTube of bobcats ripping people up in the city. Let's go bobcat, cat, attack, human. Let's do that. You gotta love a good bobcat attacks human from a ring cam, which means, so he's saving his wife. Let's mute it and let's watch it. Let's see what's going to happen here. Hopefully you guys are seeing it. You are. Oh, where'd it come from? Let me go back. I missed that. I missed it. Where'd it come from? Here she comes. Oh, it came from around the other car. It comes from right here. Just jumped on her back. Does she have her cat in the carrier, though? She's got a cat in the carrier, so it's coming after the animal. Oh, goddamn. So that's a little bobcat. And that was a situation, I can tell you, and I'm not an animal guy, but that was a situation where the bobcat was going after the cat in the carrier. That was a hungry bobcat. And the lady walked out with a treat in a bag. Here we go. Here's a little bit better one. Ring cameras. I'm so glad when I was a kid that I didn't have access to a camera where I could post my insanity on the internet. But here's a ring camera. Looks like maybe in Arizona. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Let's see what's going to happen here. It's the dog. It's the dog that the cat's after. Well, I mean, look at that little cat just eating that fucking dog and that lady up. Look at it. She's kicked it, and it's still coming at him. In the house. Boom. Did it get in? Let's see if it walks off. Yep, it didn't get in. All right, so I'd say that was successful. And this guy got attacked in his garage. Oh, here we go. All right, this is a good one. See, there's always a pet involved. I think the bobcats are coming after the animals. Look at it latched onto that guy's arm. That's painful shit. Ouch. Is he just going to show that over and over? Let's see what his injuries were. So I think, and I could be wrong, rabies infected fox. Screw that. Pit bull. All right. Last thing I want to show you. Bobcat gets swan on golf course. Golf course. All right. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Let me pause it after the ad. Boom. All right. So this is a golf course, as you guys know, because I've talked about it. And this is a bobcat. And there are people playing. It's not checking out them. It is watching what's walking up on the green. I'm a cat lover, so I think it's cool as shit. And I want you to look how deep this fucking bunker is. Canadian geese up there. And that's a 8-foot bunker. Sand. If I was him, I would have gotten close to the grass, but he goes to the tallest part. Corking his body back. Boom. So mountain lions, bigger, badder. Little bobcats, much meaner. I think they're just in it for the thrill of the kill. And I do think mountain lions are more about protecting their kids, unless you're a deer. What am I missing? Because I know the community's made up of clicks. What's ever seen? Our NBC anchor's crying. All right, guys, time to jump over. Even though we're not going to say the word, we're going to see what Milton is saying. Uh-oh. 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 Bear with me for 2 seconds. Let's get back to our, God damn it. All right, here we go. Let's go to history. Let's go to this. Let's go to mute. We are muted. Let's go to this. Let's share it. And let's see what we got going on. Just for your information, we are looking at 312 to 226. So what that tells me is, oh, they're just projecting, I guess. They're just showing different scenarios. What's Melton saying?
They ever said they disagreed with any of this woke blue horse shit ever, or that they supported Trump or whatever. You made it seem like we were crazy if we supported a different candidate than you. So we all learned to shut the fuck up.
That was a good point. We all need to get along regardless. Regardless of what happens. That's true, Bless. And it's hypocritical for me and anybody probably to look at domestic animals like dogs and cats to the other animals. But I guess I've been desensitized or don't think about it that way. Because I'm a simple piece of shit, I guess. Opossums hadn't come up. But if y'all ever want to watch a funny show, he usually doesn't do election stuff, but this Melton guy is pretty goddamn funny. Where is it?
I don't know, Anderson. Listen, I
See, no, Trump's a moron. That's all it is. Right, right. Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that.
And he's not
Is that what
he's not a
happened?
Trumper. He's just
Crystal Savita.
You literally made everybody do to Kamala what you did to Trump. We all go, anybody but her.
Back, nobody can remember.
but anyways. Is it NLO? Is that his channel? Usually he just does Nobody Likes Onions. Usually he just does social commentary. He doesn't do election stuff. But like everybody is doing election stuff now. I think our animals, at least in my case, I've never gone out and sought an animal, like bought one. I got a poodle when I got married. I take that back. But every other animal that's come into my life has chosen me. So Ashley, the German Shepherd that died of old age last year, my father-in-law got cancer, had rescued her, and had to bring it to live with us when it was a puppy. And then all the cats, Tippy, who's over here, was rescued from a car lot. She was the last of the kittens not to get hit by a car. So every cat, Brittany's first cat, Tinkerbell, just showed up at our house as a kitten. So I think cats especially choose, right? Because I know Tippy cheats on me. Sometimes she'll stay out all night, and I know there's somebody else feeding her something better. But she also went on the lam for 6 months when she was a kitten. I thought she got eaten by a coyote right after my ex and I separated. Her mom moved in with them, and her mom let Tippy out, and Tippy was not an outside cat. And Tippy didn't come back. And so all the other cats in the neighborhood had been getting eaten by coyotes, but they find their parts close to the house because coyotes just eat and go. They don't take the whole body. So Tippy never turned up in the neighborhood. Well, about 5 months later, at the time I was living with my mom, getting ready to move into my house. It was about 6 months later. I get a call from my ex that they think they found Tippy on Facebook. Somebody posted a picture and they were on their way out to check it out and told me where it was. And Shane might know where this is. It was on Hobbs Road, which is down on the Tennessee River, which is about 10 miles from where our house was in South Huntsville. But the cats in the South Huntsville neighborhoods, and probably in all neighborhoods, use the sewer system. They jump down and run under the street and shit. So she'd been on the run for 6 months. I told my ex and my daughter, who was 15 at the time, don't get your hopes up. You saw a picture of a black and white cat that looks like Tippy. The chances of it being her, that far away, that long from when she's been gone, don't get your hopes up. And it's her. I mean, it was her, but she did the whole gangster thing. That's why I think she gives 0 fucks. True bless, but if you let's think of the overpopulation problem, which probably starts with irresponsible pet owners. I get that. But I also have like millions of rabbits in my yard. So I don't think cats, because I know if I were to die tonight, Tippy has food that would probably last her 2 days. She would start eating me before she was out of food because I'm better. And when she goes out, because she's an inside-outside cat, if she wants to get critters, she gets critters. Shane can tell you she stacks chipmunks like cordwood. And for me, the whole pet thing, at least consciously, has always, since I was a kid and wasn't allowed to have pets, had been a compassion thing, not a vanity thing. It's always been, this baby bird that I nursed back to health, or this cat, or because there were a couple times when my mom and dad were still married and I was a kid and my dad wouldn't let us have pets, that we would rescue kittens, get them healthy, and have to take them to the cat place where they find them homes. So that was getting attached to something just out of compassion. So when they came around, they need a home, or they're going to run around. And where I live at the foothills of the Appalachians, they're going to get hit by a car, grabbed by a hawk, or eaten by something, coyote or a bobcat or another cat. They fight like hell. Tippy's a badass. Tippy had this cat named, I only know it's named Yoda. It's a stray because the lady that used to live across the street fed it, told me its name was Yoda. Well, I come home the other day and Tippy's under the car and Yoda's laying about 10 feet away from Tippy. I hadn't seen Yoda in a year. Yoda's a gray cat, cool cat. And I was like, and they're hanging out together. I thought it was really cool. So I went on my errand, came back. They were still hanging out together. Well, Tippy followed me inside. Well, the next day, I keep cat food on the porch for Cheeto, the yellow cat, and other cats and the possums. But Yoda was up there eating food. And I was like, damn, Yoda, I hadn't seen you in a year, and here now you're on my porch eating food. And Tippy's at the door. And I thought they were friends because they'd been hanging out. I made the mistake of opening the door. Yoda, who's a bigger cat, takes off down the stairs. Tippy takes off after Yoda. They run, Shane knows where this is, they run all the way out to the side street and get to the other side of it where the curb is, and Tippy leaps and grabs Yoda, and they turn into a fucking fur ball. I mean, it was not like a play fight. It was like Tippy going, don't you ever come on my motherfucking porch again. I mean, and they were friends. I don't know what it was except territory. But my point is, I think maybe dogs, and I know there are a lot of people that do it for the wrong reasons. I mean, I would never, and I don't have any problem with people who get purebred dogs. But for me, it's always a rescue animal. And for me personally, and my psychology and my mental deficiency, animals to me are super soothing. And I know that's selfish, but I feel like I give it back to them. Because right now, Tippy's stone cold chilling. And I guarantee if she was on the run, she wouldn't be stone cold chilling. Who's not a wolf? They're loners, man. She's like a wolf. I wouldn't put her up against a wolf. And I never think of my animals as owned. I call them my animals like I call my family members my family members. I don't consider them owned. I consider them family. And if Tippy walked out the door and didn't come back, I'd be sad. She would have chosen someone else over me. So have I conditioned her to become dependent? If it was a dog, much more easily. A cat, they give zero fucks. They've got to choose to be with you at any given time because for the last 3 weeks, she has not slept in my lap. It'll come like a week and she'll sleep in my lap for 10 days straight. So cats are just weird. I can show you a picture that kind of explains it. Let's see if I can find it right here. Let me show you this. This is what cats really are. This is an x-ray. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh, let me share it. So I definitely look at cats different than dogs. It's the only explanation, man. When I was in college, we had a baby squirrel that didn't have fur when we found it. we fed it, it would come in and out of the window as it wanted to, but it finally got to where it didn't come back, where it would just go, because we freed it when it was old enough to go out and tried not to get it to where it didn't know how to be a wild squirrel. Plus, it was in a college town where your only trouble is a car. Animals rock. And I agree, animals are best when they're free, but they're also more likely to eat you when they're free. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because we're supposed to be the apex predator. I guess if you get eaten, you were chestmated. But yeah, that's. Again, it's weird for me because I never hunted big animals, but I did a lot of duck and dove hunting as a kid. And when I got experienced, if that's what you want to call it, and I never could hammer down on an animal again, I probably could for self-defense, but I don't know if I would be equipped. A lot of animals, that's exactly true, Kyle. And they'd be more and more overpopulated because, like rabbits, luckily, I live close to a cemetery in a mountain. So I'm convinced the apex here are the big red-tailed hawks, because I've watched them personally devour several squirrels. And I'm sure Tippy is responsible for some rabbit population control. I'm not proud to say that, but she likes to get the babies. She does what I call retroactive, violent self-deletion for animals. That's interesting, Bama Ninja. I did not know that. I always get copyright stricken. There's a National Geographic video of, and I think I've shown you guys the cat that has, it's the most deadly predator, which means it has feline, most deadly. Okay. Which it's not that it's the biggest, meanest, baddest. It just means that it has the highest kill ratio. So it kills X percent of the time. So I'm only going to show you guys a little bit of this because I'm going to have to go back and clip it out because I'm going to get copyright struck for it. So first thing I want to do is just show you the size of it. This is the deadliest cat on the planet. It is a gyra, Gyra. And it can go 20 miles a night. That's it. So there it goes walking along. Up to 20 miles a night. And I put my money on Gyra. I put my money on Gyra. I think they weighed 3 pounds. Watch how far she jumps. Now, I'm not talking at it. She waited till it took the fuck off. 60% of the time. So that is the greatest cat kill ratio. And I just think it's awesome. Donnie, I love you. Shane, I love you both. Dependence doesn't equal unconditional love. My only disagreement with that is cats aren't dependent unless their claws are clipped and they're kept inside. because I know cats can survive on their own, and sometimes they prefer to. Dogs, on the other hand, are dependent, but society will put them to sleep because they're overpopulated and there's so many unwanted dogs or unneeded dogs, or however you look at it, that it's better for them to be family members or voluntary hostages than over Rainbow Bridge. But that's just me. But I get that's the whole thing about debate, not hate, is there's both sides are always valid, or one of the two sides wouldn't believe in it, right? So it's not that I'm right, you're wrong, you're right, I'm wrong. There's a lot of gray in where we exist in. A lot of fucking gray. Speaking of gray, let's see if anything's changed on this gray day. Let's stream snipe Milton.
About why is he only talking to his base? Well, he was talking to those people, and they turned out, and he overperformed in a lot of Republican counties. Most of the places he overperformed dramatically. This is by 3%. You'll see suburbs where that'll be something we're talking about in the days and weeks after too, by 1 point or 1.5 points. This is 3.
So it looks like he's getting ready to speak. I don't know what all this means. Of lines of belief. True, Crispy. And you know what I learned that's also fascinating? That cats' reflexes. Is it official? Okay, I'm sure it'll be contested, but we don't need that. Go USA, go everybody. So what was I looking at? Oh yeah, the reflex time of a cat versus snakes, and because that's something that flipped me the fuck out. So cats, you know how they can always slap you? Cats versus snakes. Timing, because this will show you in slow motion, super slow motion, that snakes rarely bite cats. And it talks about how cats' reaction time is X amount of seconds faster, or tenths of a second faster. See if they show it in slow motion. Because cats will just sit there and slap rattlesnakes on the head, just taunt the fuck out of them. Slow-mo. But there's another one, like there's one where a cobra comes up in another country. This one right here. Check this shit out. The dog doesn't need to get close to it, but the cat is much faster than it. These are different compilations. There's a cobra. Anyway, the point is, the cat gives zero fucks. Watch this. I got my left hand up, motherfucker. How about I slap the shit out of you? But I guess that makes sense, because if y'all seen Ricky Tikki Tavi, I guess that's a weasel. What are they called? A mongoose. They didn't show the cat again. That makes me think, what the fuck? There's one where a cobra slides up this cat, and the cat just boxes the ever-living shit out of it. Here's one with the rattlesnake. Here's it. Last one we'll watch. So that's a rattlesnake and a squirrel fighting. Or a rat snake. That's not what I want to say. Let me find it. All right. So this is can y'all see that short? Let's make sure y'all are seeing it. All right. I can't make it bigger, unfortunately. But what it's saying, let me go back to the start and I'll read to you what it's saying. It's saying the reaction speed is much, much quicker. It is ranging from 70 milliseconds. It's the fastest mammal in its reaction speed. So this snake is lightning fast, but it's never gonna get the cat. 40 is how fast a snake moves, as opposed to see that? He was going to bite it and he just slapped it down. Just got out of the way. I think cats are just the shit. And I know a lot of people don't like cats. I don't owning is that's kind of, I guess I agree that, I mean, when I think of owning, and this is just me, and I got keep in mind, I think of heirloom definition different than most people, but I think of owning as something that I've paid for. Now, taking it and getting it cared for from the vet costs money, but I do that for a kid too. So I know I owned the little toy poodle that we had when we got married. And the cats, I guess they're considered owned if I have to pay a deposit on them, it's a pet deposit. So yeah, dude, it's all, I don't think anybody's right or wrong in a lot of the decisions. I think a lot of it's really hard to convey the nuances of a conversation through text or through chat. That's always something that's kind of tough. And even talking semantics, a lot of times people are saying very similar to the same thing, but just a different way with distinct differences, right? So they're distinct differences. These cheeseburger flavored Doritos kick ass. Oh, man, I'm gonna have to try those out. Have y'all ever heard of they called Zaps? They're not. No, they're potato chips, but I can't think of the name. Never mind. I'll think of it in a second. Edgy. It takes all of us being intelligent, and see, intelligent people with different views on reality coming together. Think how powerful that can be. Y'all's Sunday night was so entertaining, and I think every Sunday night y'all do are entertaining. I love it when y'all talk a little bit more shit about other people, because that's funny too. But just talking and hearing y'all disagree and still agree to disagree, I think it's good for everybody to witness. Because again, the debate, not hate thing is kind of cheesy, but at the same time, it's really what we're all. And if you don't need to debate, you can just distance and forget about the hate. Takis chips are good. So before I want to invest my spirit in having to hate someone, I would rather just avoid that someone. Because I feel that if I'm wanting to avoid them, they must be a motherfucking loser. And ain't nobody got time for a loser. Guys, my voting experience today was awesome because I took my dad, who's super old. It took us like 3 hours because he read the entire ballot because he's got dementia. Yeah, bless. And one thing I think you and I can probably agree on, just because I've heard you, through lives, is that humans are really good at fucking shit up. And if you trace from the time that the earliest humans were beating each other over the head with rocks, we've gotten better at fucking shit up. Whether it's an ecology, ecosystem was what I meant to say, not ecology, or ownership of pets, or invasive species, or just fucking a legal system that doesn't work. All kinds of shit. We'll fuck it up. And I don't expand on this because I do value my channel, but the few controlling the masses, what I consider the shadow. That's why, to me, I care what happens tonight. And I've got stake in the game, but I think once they get, what's it called? Not initiated. They get, what's it called when you get sworn in? You get sworn in, they turn the cameras off, the doors to the Oval Office close, and then the briefcase or the bookcase slides to the left, and 8 or 9 people walk out. They sit around you and they tell you what the fuck's up, what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. And they're like a bored, skull and bonesy, advisory, controlling company type thing. It's just weird to me. I thought a lot differently about it when I was younger. I think the sad thing is, and I've heard people talk about it being a scary thing, but probably what it's coming to. And would it be a better thing if your governing body, and this sounds scary, so don't think that I'm a proponent of this, but at one day that your governing body, your houses of government, with the exception of the Supreme Court, could be generated by AI, where they look at objective court opinion of all these different things, and they could do a better job than people that are on the take. It's kind of the argument that was brought up on this podcast that I listened to. And to me, that's scary, because I think humans are always going to find a way to cheat. But unfortunately, it's part of society. Shane, go touch grass, buddy. I love you, dude. Have a great night, buddy. Have a great weekend. Have a great week. It's not weekend. I always forget what day it is. But yeah, I think it's just a human thing to fucking battle people. I just think we've always done it, and I think it always happens. I think it's. Rhodey, I'm sorry. I know, and it never fails. It's over, and then I get a notification. You got to go cut out a bunch of shit, but it's okay. I think the great thing, and the thing that we should all focus on as a knife community, is know that any community's got infectious people, it's got cliques, it's got all the bad things that we hate about a bigger society, but it's also got beautiful things in terms of we are drawn together, at least initially, for a common interest. Chickadees, of course. And if we could keep it on that level and just listen to what each other feels, I think it's a good thing to learn, right? And Kyle Coonley nailed it. I think that's the way that it used to be done. Think about how fucking pretentious it was. Those angry white men hammering out the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, all that shit. None of them saw it the same way. None of them saw it the same way. They all had different things that they read. I love it. Possums are the best animals. Since I started feeding them and learning about them, they're awesome animals. Peace, loving chickadees. That's right, Paul. But I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, just learning. That's what I think is so great about a community that's drawn together by chickadees, the common interest. That we should have an easier time communicating amongst ourselves about things that are uncomfortable, that we don't agree with, because again, not trying to change the person I'm talking to's opinion, because this is valid, if not more so than mine. Maybe learn something from that opinion, because we all, unfortunately, are the process of our environment. There's a little biological in there, but most of it's our environment, what we've experienced, what we've lived through, whether it be trauma, whether it be injustice, whether it be whatever. We all are exposed through either media or through life to so many different things. So it makes sense that we're going to have a lot of differences. The thing that I think, lose sight of is how and why we came here. Yeah, we did some terrible shit to come here. But we came here because we were tired of being told what to do by a church-run government, the way I learned it in history. And then what caused the shit to hit the fan was taxation without representation. And then what I think founded the country was us saying, okay, that's why we take up arms, and the redcoats are coming, the British are coming, the British are coming. Well, they're going to kick your ass. No, they're not. They don't, because we're gritty, down to earth, get it done. We founded this community, and we're going to fight for it. To those outsiders, right? You think that wouldn't happen today, but when I look at different arguments about different types of control, I look at the control being put there to weaken us as citizens. I think a citizen should be able to do, I think whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it's the right of the people to alter and abolish it and install new government. And that's why we have the amendments we have. In my humble liberal arts opinion, I used to not always feel this way. I always felt this way about the right to have freedom pill dispensers. Y'all are wheeling and dealing. I love it. Dealing in knives. I've got one more of these. I'm going to try a drink before we get off stream. They're so good. They're strawberry lemonade. And usually I don't like these type of seltzers because they kind of taste vegetatively weird. But these don't. These are the shit. I love it. I love when you guys get, I learned so much from this community, good, bad, and indifferent. And even the bad stuff I learned from good people. And it doesn't change my impression of the people. There are people in this community that have channels that I do not agree with the way they do things, but I love them as people and would, stand up for them. I wouldn't stand up for them in certain circumstances, but in most circumstances, I would stand up for them because, again, I think the differences are what make it interesting.
Oh, God. Nobody wants your cookies or your notifications or your gay shit. Nerds.
All right. So there's nothing happening there.
Or a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is, A, the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald.
All right. So I don't know what's happening, but we'll learn tonight, tomorrow. I'll be spending my early morning hours cleaning up strikes probably, which is again another good reason for you guys to follow me on Rumble. And let's see, because I set it up and it doesn't always work, but let's see if we are streaming on Rumble. It's about a 50% chance. And the only reason I did that is because StreamYard, the streaming app I currently use, gives you an option to stream to different platforms. And Rumble is one of those platforms. Even though it's a little more difficult because you've got to put in its streaming line. So let's do this. I'm going to share the screen. And Rumble's clunky. It's definitely not YouTube. So let's go to, it's weird because you've got a channel and you've got like your page and your page in your channel because you can have a page with multiple channels.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house,
And
no matter
Rumble
what condition it's
an
in.
ad
This heated vest was originally developed for soldiers.
serving mother
Technology
truck,
designed for
multiple channels. All right. So we're streaming on Rumble, guys. Uh-oh. See, another ad just popped up. That's what's so insane about Rumble. But just know I like the 6-foot rule too. I still enact it. And when people get any closer than that, I call it my new personal COVID space. And I said I really like to keep it at 8 since I don't wear a mask. Now get the fuck away from me. So is anybody going to, or is anybody within driving distance or traveling distance of Nashville, Tennessee? Throw it in the chat if you're close to Nashville or if you're within driving distance to a really cool knife show. It's not as cool as Texas probably, but it is next best thing to Blade Show, in my opinion. And I'll show you why. But is anybody close? Is anybody close to Nashville? Because there's a show coming up at the end of this month called the Nashville. Let me share it. Custom Knife Show. And it's the first knife show I went to. And I went with Shane and Dark Gravity and A to Z. And for us, it's just a couple hour drive. But this is going to be, I'll tell you when in a second, but the people that are going to be there are Robert Appleby, Artisan Cutlery, Israel Bacchus from Arcane, Randy Baker, Tony Baker, some of these people I don't know, Maverick Customs, dig them, Randy Caston, I've heard that name, Fired Beer Forge, not familiar, Demco Knives, Dustin Driver, awesome, he's from Alabama, he's an amazing maker, Jim Dunlap, Ernest Emerson, Lucas Emerson, Brandon Gibson, John Gray, Tobin Hill, Jeremy Horton, Derek Ridge Forge, Deerlick Ridge Forge, some of the coolest slip joints you will ever see. Handmade from, I mean, no machines involved except just your basics. Daniel Killen, Ear Knives, not familiar with them. Jason Knight, that's the Forged and Fire guy who made the blade for my Zeba. Kirby Lambert, Well Made Knives, David Longworth, Mag 10 Knife Works. That's Colin McGuire. That's that Warncliffe fixed blade I've got. I'll show it to you in a second. Leon Ma, Heretic Knives, Jerry McClure, Notorious EDC, Manuel Masurid, Ted Moore, Essex Knives. These are more expensive than Jack Wolf's. I'd be interested to know the story in that. Seven Forged Knives, Banzelcroft Customs. Not familiar with a lot of these guys. Tom Ploppert, I'm reading them out in case you guys are. Yep. John Pierre Vin, Nocturne Forge, Jason Ritchie, Derek Metal. Anyway, it's in a hotel and it's in a conference room. Maybe they open 2 conference rooms. So really it's only like a big U-shaped set of tables. So it's a very intimate show. Spartan Blades, Andrew Smith, Squid Industries, yada, 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 Vero Engineering, Knife Joy, Suppliers, Paragon. So yeah, Makers, Knife Rights, Knife Magazine. So it's pretty, I mean, it's a cool show. And it's close for us. So if you guys, it is on, let's see, the 22nd and 23rd, which is a Friday and a Saturday. So I've gone both. I've gone on a Friday and a Saturday. And if you're going to obtain something like a Demco or something that you really, really want, you really need to go on Friday and get the VIP and get in early because people go buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of those at a time. I watched it happen because they're resellers. And they just get in line first and buy the knives. So I've seen it happen. But for me, it's more relaxing to go Saturday. I like to go up Saturday, low key, go through. You can usually see the show in a couple hours and have time to kill. But if you want to stop and engage and talk to makers, handle knives, which is the reason for going, and talk to people that you meet from the community. I just like to go, even though I'm not buying anything, I'm going to do my best to get up there and go. And good night, Lee. Have a good night, buddy. Night to all you guys have to get out of here. I'm going to, like I say, hang for a little while until I finish my Crescent 9. Yeah, the whole, don't even get me started on the whole mask thing. Keep all that stuff out of my rants. So it's Tuesday night. Let's see who's live tomorrow. Maddie, I know, is live. I think Rochambeau's live on Wednesday nights. When Lefty's going to get back into his Thursday night groove? Does anybody know? I need to reach out to him. He and I used to talk all the time, and I know he's been busy. I've tried not to bother him, but I need to call him, congratulate him, and see how he's doing. I know he's busy. The new Cole Swift. All right, so this is how I learn every live stream. Y'all hold on, let me Google this. Cole Steel Swift. It's another brand that I've always been a huge fan of, and I really do like. Is it the Swift 3? Or this? Yeah, there. Swift 3 was. I'm going to show this up and tell me if this is it, Craig. Excuse that little suppressed burp. Is that it? Little auto assisted. What's the steel? M4. Yeah, dude, that's sweet. Cold Steel makes great knives. I've given a lot away. And I had some donated to the channel. One that I fell in love with that I think they're actually two that are both great knives. One's a bigger knife. Is it the SLR Light? There's one that's in AUS 10 and there's one that's in 7CRV. And I know when I turn, you can't hear me. But the Cold Steels that are still in my collection that are forever knives are my 8010, which is just set up stock. And then I've got an 8015. It's got a Jason Grant regrind and it's got original goat scales. And then I have a 4MAX Elite which is the big 4MAX with the S35VN with Jason's hollow grind. And then I've got an American Lawman, which is a great little EDC knife from Cold Steel. But the ones that I've had in the collection, I had a Code 4. Not a big fan on some of the harder, let's go SRK. I think this is it. I want to show y'all a couple of really cool. One's a great buy, and it's a beef of a knife. It was actually as big as my 8010. I was surprised when I did the review on it. And I've got reviews of these on the channel, and they were given away. All right, so this is one of them. This isn't the one this knife right here. They also have a drop point. This is a fantastic full-sized banger of a knife. This is the SR1 Light. They also have a drop point. I like the Tanto 4-inch blade, $60, 8 CRV, which for the thickness of this blade is plenty. Blade thickness 4.8 millimeters, 4-inch blade. And again, really good knife. And the other one, let's see if y'all stay with me when I switch. I had that was donated by, I believe, Chris229 donated several knives to the channel to give away, to help me with the giveaways. And one of them, the one I'm getting ready to show you, I held on to for a very long time before one of y'all won it because I really liked it. You find it. It's the, God, what's it called? I always forget their names because there's so many different knives. Cold steel, something light. Let's do this cold steel light. Let me just put that in there. An air light. It's real thin. This is it right here. Yeah. This knife right here is the one that I hung on to for quite a while. And I love this knife. It's an Austin. I can reverse finger flick it, even though it's a back lock. Super slim. I didn't know cold steel made knives this slim. Let me see if I can find a picture of its spine. Because it's, I mean, super thin blade stock, super thin knife. 3.5-inch blade, 4.5-inch handle, 8-inch overall. There's the drop point. I like the Tanto. But this is a knife I was not aware of, but I really, really enjoyed it. I've heard the Recon is a great knife. I've kind of wanted an Espada. I've wanted one of those with the new Engage lock, but they're really not. I'm not buying anything right now, but really I've kind of quit buying a lot of these knives so that when I buy a knife, I'm kind of buying what I'm in that mode of. Or did y'all get to see any of that? Or was I not sharing? Ed, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. I do not and have not handled the L, much less the contoured L, but I noticed that they did come out in titanium. But this is the OG Drift. I think I paid $310 for this. It's on washers. It is one of my favorite EDC knives because it's so thin. It fits my hand perfectly. So if it's too small for you, I'm sure the large would be good. I can imagine this being that much better with contoured handles. But you've got a, what is it, Van X? Yeah, you got Van X blade. You've got washer action that is just, I mean, the detail on this knife is cash money. So, not handle the big one, but the OG Drift I picked up in 2024. It's not, it's a more recent purchase. I was late to the game. And I knew Tri-State had a bad experience with his. So that's kind of what made me hold off on it. But I absolutely love it. I love that, Jeffrey. I agree with you, dude. If you don't like it, don't just walk away. And Rhodey, a lot of people, because again, a lot of it comes from environment. You know, I always try to think of, I took a class in college, Psychology of Adjustment, which was about, you're walking down the hall, you bump into this guy, he's a total asshole, you walk off, you think, what a fucking asshole. And then in reality, that guy had this happen this morning, he did that, he had lost it. You know, you just never know what's causing somebody to feel or be the way that they are. So I always withhold judgment and listen and learn, because I may learn something about society that I didn't know because of an experience that comes out of the conversation. I know that when we get aggressive with each other and it turns into kind of a talking over each other, communication kind of ceases, and you don't get nearly the and resolution is not the right word, because we're not looking for resolution. I think again, I've told you, I think the basic human condition is to hit each other with rocks. But the bottom line is, in a communication standpoint, you want to know you're heard. So, yeah, your point makes perfect sense. The reason I feel differently is boom. And then the other person says, yeah, but that's kind of fucked up because boom. And then you do that a few times and you talk and you learn. And it's hard to do it. And I can't text. I can remember I was in a relationship for several years after I got divorced, and learned that cats and dogs were much better. But texting, depending on the mood that the person receiving the text is in, a 5 or 6 word text can mean 3 or 4 different things, depending on how I interpret it. And I can send that same text to a more generic text. Let's call it a work text, to 5 employees or 5 of the people I manage, and they could all interpret it differently. Absolutely, Bless. I mean, and it's not just to get to know each other is so important, but keep in mind, when we extract those things out of each other that may be very different, it shouldn't be, unless you're getting picked on or constantly getting someone jumping down your throat about your beliefs. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to break off that relationship, as it is to get to know that person, but not judge them on the 2 things that y'all are violently opposed on. Let's say they're 2 social issues, 2 political issues, 2 whatever issues, religious issues, but you have so much in common. I think there are things that can be talked through that is not going to make one person think the way the other person does, but it's that coexist mentality, right? You can think exactly what you want to think, and as long as you're not hurting me, I'm not, and as long as you're a good person and we are honest with each other and upfront, character's really all that matters when it comes down to it. And that seems simple, and I guess it is, but in the situation that I find myself in at 57 years old, that seems to be the way. Coexist, learn, agree to disagree, but also don't take that shit personally. Now, on the other side, if things get fucking crazy, stand up for what you believe in. And we all do that. But when we're having civil discourse, I think the civil's a good part of it, because I think you get more out of a conversation than you do out of a argument. And it can be an argumentative conversation. I'm not saying be a pussy by any means. And I'm definitely not saying temper your position. I'm definitely not saying that. I think our beliefs, our opinions come from somewhere deeply rooted, where someone who feels differently, like I might feel differently than Bill, who's hypothetical. A, I'm not right necessarily. B, I'm going from my experiences. Don't know why Bill feels the way he does. So it's not as much what someone says or their belief. It's trying to get to the crux of why they believe that, not to dispel them as being wrong, but to learn. Because again, you can be so much more accepting of someone's ideas when you realize that even though they're not your ideas, the person that you're talking to comes by them honestly, and you can almost sympathize, not empathize, but you can sympathize with why they feel so committed to the way they do based on their experiences. That's the way I try to look at it. It doesn't always work that way. And I get to the place where I fucking hate too. I mean, it's not always debate. I mean, there's always going to be hate. And I try to get better at that. I don't think hate's healthy for us. I think for us to possess and have hate for someone is detrimental to our own cell production, our own health. I think it's better to be positive. And there's a great quote. I can't think of a better time for it if I can find it. From my hero, Willie Nelson. Not talking about his music, so don't be a hater. Even though his music is some of the only country music I listen to, and I don't think of it as country music. Nelson. Let's see, what do you got? All right, let me find it. Let me find it. Where is it? It's very wise. He's a wise dude. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Because he was old when he said it. He is old. Anyway, there are people that have come before us, right? And you've got situations where it works, situations where it doesn't. But the best thing is, Willie talks about worry and why he learned at an early age that worrying did nothing except cause you. All right, here we go. All right. So this is going to probably be surprising to a lot of y'all, but I'm going to subject you to it because I think it's good. I'm going to get volume. I'll take the strike.
Things I was supposed to have done. I'd be really tired. I had a lung collapse one time and I went to the hospital. While I was laying there, I decided I'd cut my braids off. So I took a scissors and cut them. I just left them laying there. There's oatmeal in the morning and bacon and eggs in the evening. This kind of philosophy that I can't do anything about what.
Okay, here we go.
Scramble's good. I have this kind of philosophy that I can't do anything about what happened yesterday or what's going to happen tomorrow. But I feel like I'm full control of what's going on now. Well, I think worry will make you sick. I've never seen it accomplish anything. I've never seen worrying about anything change it. So I decided not to do it. If you can't do anything about it, why the hell worry about it?
That is the quote of the day. And that is from a very he wrote great songs, Jeffrey. And he's also very, very wise. And I don't know if y'all have heard his sons, Lucas Nelson and Micah. Awesome. But Willie talks about worry. You can't worry about yesterday. You can't worry about tomorrow. Thanks, Craig. And believe it or not, and I know y'all have heard this story, like my chickadee stories, these aren't shades. They're reading glasses. They just pick up the blue light. It's all good. But you can't worry about yesterday. You can't worry about tomorrow because worry doesn't change anything. The only thing that does is changing things if they're within our control. That's why I believe in the serenity prayer, right? God, grant me the serenity to accept those things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I fail at that every day. But Willie is how old? 92? He still tours all the time. He is very, very much still active in his recreational usage, right? So he's he's doing something right. And if you listen to that interview deeper, he talks about he feels, and it's kind of wonky, but he feels that it could be true, but worry puts off a certain chemical, which I think this has been proven in your brain. It causes your body to do some kind of fight or flight type things. Things go on physiologically, and it can lead to, he thinks, tupers, a ton of it, Bama, and he's healthy. He's fucking 92. He shouldn't be here. He should have been shot by a jealous husband in his 20s. The dude was here for a reason. He's here to spread wisdom. And there's a lot of wisdom to be gained from people who would not be thought of as the people bringing the wisdom. Beware of those who seem to possess wisdom without putting in the time to gain it. I think Willie has definitely lived. So the little things that he says, I don't think he's saying for any other reason except, hey, this worked for me. You asked me what my secret is. He's also a 5th degree black belt. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know Willie Nelson was a 5th degree black belt and trains every day? And that's been for a while. Willie Nelson, martial arts. And the reason it's funny, if I can find this short little video, where is it? I want to see him doing it. I want to see him talk about it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? All right. Anyway, that was another thing that I did not know about Willie. He is a 5th degree black belt. Oh, shut up. Let's do this. And this is not a young Willie Nelson. I thought he did some shit here. Let's see. All right, let me get him doing some shit. Hold on. That's not him. But his was not just like an honorary deal. He actually is this somebody else doing it, or is this Willie? That ain't Willie. They're just showing what he did. I guess, is there not footage of him doing it? I mean, it doesn't strike me that he would have done it for footage because nobody knew he was doing it. It was just something he did early on. He got it on his 81st birthday. So he was still young. Here we go. I'm gonna give you some volume.
Well, I think I've already done all that. I think this is just to say, here you go. I've got the belt on now, so I think I've already done everything I need to do to get it. I hope so.
What did you need to do to get it?
Well,
one thing you'll notice about Willie Nelson and his practicing what he preaches is he always smiles.
It's a lot of years, 20 years of breaking a lot of boards and kicking a lot.
20 years. Yeah.
But having a lot of fun doing it.
Master, what can you tell us about him?
He's the greatest. He's the best. He's the guy that runs the school. He's the master. I'm proud to know him. He's been a good teacher.
So does Tyson as a master.
I guess we're not gonna get to see. Maybe we will. Let's see.
Happy birthday to...
Oh, shut up! I want to see him break a board. Is he gonna break something? No, never mind. But anyway, so there's that. So you got, what did we learn? This is going to be a new section of my lives. It's going to be, what did we learn? What did we learn? One, we learned that we can have, totally different opinions. We can have totally different beliefs. We can talk about those beliefs or we can choose not to, but we should not harbor resentment towards those that share beliefs that are different than ours. What else did we learn? We learned Willie Nelson is not only a cultural icon, he's a badass. He is wise. He can spit some, pretty impressive lyrics. Sold some great songs and has 2 talented kids. What else did we learn? We learned what the most deadly cat was. The Gaia. The Gaia has a 60% kill ratio. More so than any other cat. What else did we learn? What else did we learn? We learned that the tactile turn knife that I can't think of the name of now, that's $200 more than the Chupacabra, is titanium and a different knife. We learned that. We didn't learn why. That's still up in the air. What else did we learn? Craig, that sucks. I don't think I've ever had that, but ever since our little management team got disbanded and I quit working in a corporate job, I come to life about 11 o'clock. I go to bed 5 or 6 in the morning. I can't sleep much. And I get I run on probably 5-6 weeks. Bama Ninja, he's right. What else did we learn? We learned that don't judge a book by its little skinny size because Benny Roosters are freaking badasses. What else did we learn? What else did we learn? We learned that pets are important. Pets are their own beings. And we learned that there are differing opinions that are both equally valid, which for someone who is a learner tells me that we're probably have a lot of other things that we disagree on that really aren't that far apart. What else did we learn? Peanut matters. We learned that. We learned that Fred, the raccoon, matters. I'm under the impression, because I heard the rest of the story today, or the other side of the story today, I still think it's criminal, and we should, if we didn't have enough faith in powers that be now, we should have much less, because there's no reason a squirrel with 887,000 followers, I don't care if it had 8 followers, I don't care if it didn't have an Instagram page, but it was a fucking talented squirrel and it was someone's friend. It had been rescued. Same with Fred the raccoon. And there was someone that turned them in. But there were other things going on there. My point is, you address the wrongs with the people, not the pets. We learned that. But we probably all have different opinions about that, which is fine, right? And we also learned that cheeseburger Doritos are the shit. That's what we learned. We learned that. And Snow Trog, the other thing I heard was that whole, the cameras that were seized, they had cameras all through the house because people that were members of their ceiling fans, they were well known to use the entire house. I did not know they ran a daycare, which is creepy. Just the fact that kids are playing on the same couch, right? But that all of Peanut's links if you dove deep enough into them, and all of Fred, because I think Fred had a page too, Fred the raccoon, drove traffic to that, which is horrible. Or that's people abusing their animals, as far as I'm concerned. And Snow Trog, I always, and I know you're joking, but my link tree is only there if it's helpful, and it's only companies that I would tell my mother that she could be comfortable buying from. But I wonder how much talk will happen. That's interesting. I'll get into it. Let's do this. Let's do a quick Melton check. Hold on. Remember, what else did we learn? Nobody Likes Onions is a pretty cool channel, pretty cool show. Weird, funny. The guy's very brash. He was a comedian, but he's got very dark humor. Some of you guys might not like it. Oh, fuck. People say, just get YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium's expensive. Let's see. All right. Let's see what's going on. Milton will tell us.
It's so insane.
And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin is going up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80.
This guy's creaming his pants.
80,000.
He's a secret right-wing infiltrator.
Economically upscale Oakland County, it's 81,000. Trump is now getting more out of Macomb County than the Democrats got out of Oakland County. We thought in a good night for Trump, potentially he gets close. He's gone past it.
They just can't call it.
There's also two, we said tonight, two kind of big swing counties. One of them is Sag.
But that's if I watch any of that returns, I have to watch it in that kind of format, right? And Bama Ninja, in our state, there's one more thing we don't talk about, especially if you're trying to appeal to all sides, college football. And when I was early in my career, I learned not to talk about college football, don't talk about religion, and don't talk about politics. And I have people that I know that are very successful stockbrokers, realtors that constantly post, which is why I'm not on Facebook, but polarizing shit, which makes me think, regardless of how successful you are, you do realize that you're alienating half of your fucking market. Because I'm not going to come by from someone and vote with my dollars that's constantly spewing what I would consider, if I was on either side, crazy, hateful shit. I haven't checked, Ed, but I can tell you it'll probably be crazy. Regardless of what happens, I think this country's strong enough. I think the people, hopefully we don't need something cataclysmic like we had back in when the shit went down back in September 11th to make people look of us as Americans, not as different sects of different types of people. America's a melting pot. It always has been. It's just we just got to get back to understanding that we're never going to disagree, never going to agree on everything. Something funny, and again, it's not a success story because my mom and dad got divorced probably 20 years ago, but they were married for a long time. But they openly were on absolute opposite sides of the fence. So they would go vote together, and they would come back laughing that they had both basically canceled each other's votes out. So they were at the time married, having those conversations. It's not as serious. And I know it's serious I don't think whoever wins an election, I think there are other forces that make most of the main decisions. But that's just my thought. I have no interest in you. I mean, it's not even that mad. It's not about, again, viewers. I want everyone to feel welcome, but I want everyone to have the right to unsubscribe because I've done something that they don't like. I'm going to always be authentic, and I'm authentically not hateful. But I do have kind of a squirrely hamster wheel brain, and I do, I try to choose words wisely, but like I say, after almost every live, I get messages, and I try to, and a lot of times what I always aim to do is have a conversation to see what it was. And I go back and watch myself, and I say stupid shit all the time, at least consistently. I'm saying stupid shit. And I should have a disclaimer that runs before my other shit that says, whatever I say is in my brain at the time, but you would not want to take a trip through my brain for $100 if I would pay you that, because it's a scary ride. I hope the job market changes a little bit. There are a lot of things I hope, but I think we're going to swing and, I think it's so weird, guys. I think we're in a very weird time. I think we're in if you look at technology, if you look at the access to information, keep in mind, you can't just be fed information because I'll say artificial intelligence, they're bots, they're whatever that are feeding you the information that's going to make you engage. And usually if you enrage by a post, whether it's fake news or real news, but it doesn't align with your beliefs, it just upsets you, you're going to engage with that content. So if you want to stay informed, I think you should look at a lot of different sources. And you should dig deeply. You should go to independent sources. I don't think the mainstream sources, I think there's good information to be gathered there, but I think you don't have to do a full analysis to get a story if you read a lot of different perspectives. And it's a lot of times, anytime you've got a story, you've got more than one side. So it's not always going to be black and white. Brody, I do too. I'm kind of in that weird place that I've got a really, I guess you call it evolved digital marketing skill set where I was not C-level management, but I was at a very high management level. So for me to go back, I think the economy's changed enough that positions like I had, unless I want to do it fully independent, really exist. And the reason I don't want to do it fully independent is when I was younger, and what I've really pretty much done a good bit of my career is I've been in sales of one form or another. Because if you break it down, reduce it to the ridiculous, so to speak, you're trying to contract somebody to do a digital campaign with you as opposed to somebody else. Well, in my past job, I had 38 very talented account executives working in 5 offices around the state that would talk to customers about what they were trying to do, their bank, their laundromat, to grow their business. And I would come in and help them formulate plans based on their budget that would reach the people they wanted to reach, right? And I do it using digital techniques, whether it was search, whether it was display, pre-roll, streaming TV, whatever it was, right? So there are a lot of positions available. Ideally, I need to find something remote. That would be perfect for me because I'm not too far from retirement age. I'm not right there. But if I had stayed at the company that I was with, I could have probably stayed a lot longer because I was continuing each year to gain, whatever status and pay. But I won't find a job probably unless I'm willing to go back into an office, cut my hair, do all the stuff that I'd gotten to the point to where my numbers in the state were so good that during COVID, I just quit cutting my hair. Part of it was because of the channel. Same thing with the goatee, getting it longer. JB, Big Red inspired me to do that. He didn't know it. And I've kind of kept the look just because when I was in college, I had long hair. I always wore it in a ponytail, but I had long hair. So I always said when I got old, I was going to do that again. And I was at a position to where I could because I put it in a ponytail. I was presentable and I was effective at what I did. I'm still just as effective, but when you quit doing it and you're not doing it daily, what's weird is I don't focus. I do some of that stuff with YouTube, but not like I should. There's so many more things I could do with just the way that I title my videos and do my thumbnails, but I don't want to do misleading shit. It's weird. I would, the advice I would give a customer, because the reason I started my channel as a speaking channel was because had a client, Calhoun College, who was wanting to run YouTube campaigns internally. And as a consultant, I had to tell them how the YouTube analytics worked. Well, I had a YouTube account that I'd started for my daughter back in 2010 because she had a school project where she had to upload something. But I'd never looked at YouTube analytics. I watched a couple of videos on it, but I've never utilized those tactics. I can tell a client how they can do better, but all I want to do is make videos about knives. Like I would tell Mad Yako or anybody starting a channel, I wouldn't think about the views. I wouldn't think about the subs. I would just keep doing you. Do you authentically. Make sure you're excited to some point about what you're talking about. So you're authentic and get comfortable with the amount of times you want to upload. Don't make the mistake I did. Absolutely, Rody. Well, I started doing, the only thing that would change if I worked remote, nothing would change. If I did a corporate deal again, or because I'm technically with an agency right now, but I haven't been really active because I haven't been going out working it because I've been focusing on making content, taking care of my dad mainly. I was doing that when everything happened. I was taking some leave time to take care of him. But the YouTube thing's a hobby for me. It always has been, always will be. Regardless of how I'm working, I'll still find a way to upload a video a day. What would change is I could get back to buying a knife a week, a couple knives a week, where I'd have a lot more new content, right? It's Mad, I don't ever expect. There was a time before I actually got into the YouTube partner program that I thought if you got to a certain place, and there are certain places you can get to. It all comes down to how many views you get over time. So of course, the more people watching your videos, the more views you get. But there are other sectors of the YouTube space where people can have a lot less subs, get a lot more views, and become instant millionaires. I don't think knife channels do that. I mean, there are a few knife channels that do very, very well. There are a lot of us that, I'm fortunate for everything that I get from YouTube, but I only do it because I like it. And I think my growth, I tell everybody, before I started doing spoken word videos, Shane and Grateful Panic started talking about, because Grateful Panic used to stream for like 8 hours at a time, depending on how long we would all be in the chat room. And we joked about we should do a 24-hour stream. And they came up with the idea to do a 24-hour live stream. We'd call it Knives Live 2021. And that's what was my first channel name, because I ran the contest part of it. But what we did is we got 24, or maybe it was 18. I think there might have been 2 channels that did 2 hours at a time. I think it was 24 channels to participate. We got Kevin Lefty was very instrumental in it. Shane came up with it. Shane and Grateful Panic. And then I managed the Google Sheet, because what we would do is the whole purpose of the live stream was it was a 24-hour stream. It would go from one channel to the next channel. There was a schedule put out. We did it 2021, 2022. We didn't do it in 2023. We didn't do it this year. But Knife Rights was our beneficiary. So we were going to do it for Knife Rights. So the way that it worked is Kevin and some other people in the community got with a lot of manufacturers to tell them what we were doing. And we got and gathered about $12,000 to $15,000 worth of knives, enough to put together 5 amazing prize packages. And all you had to do to enter was go to the kniferights.org website and either donate $5, that would get you an entry, or you could buy a membership, an annual membership, so you get their newsletters for $25, and it would get you 6 entries. So you'd get a bonus entry if you did the membership. But that was the way it was. So, and we had Doug Ritter, the founder and the guy who runs it, join us like at the first stream, and several places through, he'd make an appearance. But every channel was able to do whatever they wanted. What we asked every channel to do, myself included, because I started my channel just doing shorts like I did on Instagram, just flipping knives, never said a word, only posted shorts. But we're going to give away a knife. So every person had a reason to come to the lives because there'd be a knife given away. Plus, if you got into the Knife Rights fundraiser, you had a chance to win 4 really good packages. And they're still on Knife Rights website.org. I think you still see all those prize packages, the pages that they put together for that. But it was a really cool thing. It was the first time I ever went live on YouTube. I didn't know how to, but it's what made me start doing the short thing. So I just did shorts, and we knew we were doing Knives Live 2022. So I had a channel, because we all have channels if we're in chat. I just started using it, and I had mine from 2010. It was called JWE 1999 or Javon's. It was something because Cole called me instead of Jay Evans. I'm John Evans. He called me Javon. That's how it's pronounced. So that's why I took the name Javon for the channel when I decided to, do long form content, which I think are 8-minute, 20-minute videos where you talk. But so I did just shorts, and I probably got to about, because I was in all the chats, I was, always present during Knives Live. I had about 600, 700 subscribers. And then when I started doing videos, I had a pretty big collection at the time, but when I started doing videos, I came out of the gate really hot, doing 2 videos a day, which was a mistake, because what you want to do is find a pace that you can stay consistent with. So if it's 1 time a week, that's fine. If it's 3 times a week, that's fine. If you can do a video every day, because now if y'all watch any of my videos, I'm having to come up with different concepts, which I think is hopefully helping me as a creator come up with different ways to talk about and look at knives, and more philosophical stuff about, like, the perfect knife. I think the perfect knife is the knife that the person buying, it fits their needs, right? Perfect knife for me is not the same as a perfect knife for the guy that's working on the Costco that he's finishing out down the road. Knife Rights, what a lot of people don't realize, Knife Rights is like 4 people. Doug Ritter and his wife do a lot of the business part of it. Doug, he has 2 lawyers on staff, but the bad thing about them and what their problem is, it's not their problem, but since they have boots on the ground, they don't have a full lobbying. The knife community doesn't have a lobbying party per se. So when a bill comes up for vote, whether it's an auto bill or it's one of these bills where they're trying to say that, yeah, the state's got this law, but you can't come into the city. And they basically, if Knife Rights wants to be there to present a counterpoint, they're not given 2 weeks to know. They're usually, the most time Doug told me they have is 48 hours. Usually it's 24. But they'll be notified by one of their watchdogs and then they'll find out that, yes, there's a vote tomorrow. So they have to get an expensive plane ticket, usually 2, and fly to this place and go talk to these people to try to get some of these more arcane knife laws changed. Because what's we've noticed and what Scotch talks about, he did a really good video. I'm going to put it in the chat because I don't know if y'all know who Scotch and Things is. If you're not following him, you should. He did a video where he said he can't remember, and he kind of posted a question to chat. When did, back when I was a kid, my dad had pocket knife, a slip blade or a buck with him. He was a lawyer every day. My granddad always had a pocket knife, but they were tools. They used them for, tooly stuff. But now, like Scott says in his video, this his friend, who they're super, super close, was talking about, I think this is it right here. Yeah, let me share this. Let's share this. We're just going to watch it. Let me get to it. I'm going to share it first so y'all have it, because I care about y'all like that. But these are, Scotch does, his unboxings are super cool because he gets knives that I didn't know existed. Rody, thank you for hanging out, buddy. Have a good night, my friend. And we're not going to be here that much longer. Hell, we've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Wow. See, if I was smart and greedy, which I'm not, I would have done this as a portrait, which is everybody hates. And I get it because I have a hard time chatting and doing stuff when people are portrait. But the views, YouTube, when we log into our channel to upload a video or something, it tells us the metrics of the people that see it, that are exposed to the live. So these are my favorite Scotch videos. They're knife thoughts, right? This is episode 3, something he started where he's just driving around and he's talking about a subject, whatever's on his mind. And this is a good one.
Guys, Steve with Scotch and Things. Hey, this is going to be another Knife Thoughts with Scotch and Things, episode 3. Sorry, didn't mean to bring them that close together. Not that it matters. But I was thinking the other day, and it's just funny, then something happened this weekend. So, what happened? I just want to know, when was the disconnect, right? Think back to your fathers, your grandfathers,
I'm going to break it down for you so we're not wasting too much time. When was the disconnect that knives were tools that every man's responsibility really was to have a knife because they used it every day for something? He uses his knife every day, whether it's opening kids' toys or at work.
And it got me thinking, I was kind of thinking about this, and then it was funny.
They had dinner with their best friend. The guy's wedding he was in is the best man, who they have different beliefs, but they still get along fine, even though they're politically totally different.
Saturday, we worked for a little while, and then Saturday evening, we had some friends. They came out, and we went out to dinner. And I've known him for 29 years. I've known his wife since they got married. I was the best man at his wedding.
Link, because this is a good.
But she's on.
This is a great video because what he does is he has a good way of talking about. Again, the purpose of the video is to find out when that shift was from the way people view blades, right? Bladed objects. But he also talks about their friendship and the strength of their friendship, and also why it hasn't been tampered with like a lot of others have been by the climate that we exist in today. So I think there's wisdom, and I think tolerance is key.
On the very liberal side. And we can go back. We've debated politics since like 2004, 2002. When was 2002? When was the last one? When was Bush? And I don't know, whatever year it was. Maybe it was 2002, 2004. Going back to way back then, we would debate politics.
Turn off your blinker, Scott.
And it's not one of those things, and I wish it could be more like that. This isn't a political talk in the country. But, like, we're still friends. He's still one of my best friends in the world, and you
That's
can
the way it
debate
should
and
be.
have differing opinions and still be friends. But anyway, we were out to dinner, and I don't know what Andrea said something about Steve and his knives or something like that, and she looked at me, and she goes, "Why do you need to carry a knife?" And I said, "I use a knife every day at work." I said, "Every day at work, I use a knife multiple times." And I said, and her husband was like, "I like knives." He goes, "I've loved knives since I was a kid." And she kind of looked at him, and I said, "For around home, do I use them as often?" I said, "No." I said, "But they're always handy." I said, "It is a tool." I said, "I don't carry it as a defensive weapon. I carry it as a tool." I said, "How many times, I said, look at kids' toys nowadays. He say he likes knives, but he hasn't been around a knife other than the Milwaukee."
Anyway, bottom line is he and the wife of his best buddy never came to meet as the minds. But what it did for Scotch is there's a knife that Scotch has been wanting to check out. And he's going to get two now because he was looking that night. He went back to his closet to see, he was looking at Chris Reeves, just a knife to give his best buddy. And he thought, no, I really need to indoctrinate him into this a little bit softer, not knowing how his wife was going to react. So Scotch, I urge y'all to watch that video. Go to Scotch's channel. If you're not subscribed at Scotch and Things, subscribe. He's a good guy. I mean, he really is a good guy. And he and I have a lot of the same beliefs, but there are things he does just like I do to him that drive each other crazy. But the most fun I have, which is just going back before we say goodbye, is sharing time and conversation with people that we agree on things like knives, but everything else is, we don't have to, it doesn't change my love of a human because their beliefs are totally different than mine, because I can't with all certainty know my beliefs are right. The trick is to tolerate and coexist. And whatever happens tomorrow, whatever this new next, it's not new. It's whatever we do, it's just, we need to do it with kindness. We need to look out tomorrow. I think about the psychology of adjustment. There's probably going to be a lot of stressed people tomorrow, one side or another. I don't know who, I don't know which ones, but be kind to people. Be kind to each other. Most importantly, look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other, because that's the most important thing. It's a knife community. We've got our, that doesn't mean you have to like everybody in the community at all. It just means be the best you, find your people, participate, come around to live streams, go to other live streams, other people's live streams, meet people in the chat. One of my greatest, and I don't get to go to as many live streams now because typically I try to be recording stuff. I don't do any editing, so my videos don't take as long as a lot of the more professional reviewers. But one of my favorite things is being in a chat and somebody comes in and they go, "Hey, I just found you guys. I'm a knife guy." And knowing what I've heard about how other communities on YouTube are, to be welcoming and to see other people go, "Hey, welcome, Jim. Glad you're here." And then the person, whoever's talking on that live, to acknowledge that person, to make them feel welcome, right? Because we want the community. Metal Complex and Melissa Backwoods have proven that the knife community, or people that are interested in knives, is out there. It's huge. Very small percentage of those people participate in live streams. When Metal Complex does big giveaways with his 600,000 subscribers, he'll get, I think, between 1,000 and 2,000 people, 1,500 typically, I think, because I watch his lives before Friday Night Flicks, and chat with people in there that I can't see them. This chat's going so fast, but they're always like Crazy Roach. There are always people in there I know, Fook Doozle. But what it tells me is I like the size of the streams that we have. I will never, regardless of how many people come to the streams, it will always be more of just a hangout chat thing. Like I said, I'm going to work on having kind of a show structure for Friday nights. Cause like I said, this Friday night, I think we've got a guest coming that's going to be a really cool guest that you guys will like. We're going to have Kyle I'm going to put a post up on YouTube, hopefully tomorrow, soliciting questions, sharpening questions from you guys that are going to be around Friday night that Kyle can address when he comes on to do Clean and Work Corner, or Kyle's Corner. But I think the community is so big that, of course, there are going to be so many different types of people. So, do I want my live streams or my subscribers to grow just with people? It doesn't really work that way, because what happens is people come to your channel. I think this is the way I operate when I go to a channel, and I either vibe or tolerate or find something in that content that brings me back, or I don't, and it's not always the production value, because I can kind of see through a lot of that, because I'm looking for different things in reviews, because my use case, i.e. very slight, cutting Amazon packages and cat food bags, is different. I like the way a knife looks, the way a knife feels, the materials a knife has. So there are a lot of things that are different there. But it's just, it's hard, especially in a live environment, to try to convey a thought. And I guess it's because part of me doesn't want to alienate anybody or say anything that's miscommunicated, because I don't think anything that's in my heart that I could throw through my tongue, because I don't have a speed bump between my brain and my tongue, so shit just flies out. But it's never coming from a place of hate or darkness, from on live streams, at least, ever. But that doesn't mean that people don't or I don't say things wrong that are easily interpreted to be fucked up things to say. So I think you guys know what I mean. We need to just kind of take a step back and hug. Think about who, the older I get, the smaller my circle gets. The friend group that's really opened up for me is this community. And it's not just an internet relationship thing, because there's a good number of you I've met at several knife shows. And I've been surprised only a couple of times by people not being who I expected them to be, based on the short conversations I've had from them in chat rooms, just in chat rooms. Love you, Edgy. We're quitting right now, buddy. I'm just kind of drawing it together to what have we learned section, which is going to be a new part of Tuesday nights. At the end, we're going to try to remind each other what we learned tonight. But I think what we learned is tolerate. Use hate selectively when you have to. I think it's a damaging emotion. Willie agrees with me. Worry less, love more. Just freaking enjoy each other, learn from each other. I mean, there's so many skills that so many people in this community possess that have nothing to do with any beliefs that we have, where we can pick up a lot of valuable information that could come to help us down the road if things change. You just never know. But guys, late, I appreciate you staying up with me this late. I'd do a 24-hour stream, but there's no way I'd do it tonight. And y'all would all look at me like I was nuts. But one night I'm going to surprise you. Although I will be portrait, because like I said, that one portrait stream I did, the ad revenue was nuts, because so many people watched afterwards. It had thousands and thousands of views, which I can't imagine, because to me, a portrait stream is so painful. But I may do a 24-hour portrait stream just to see how many subscribers I can get, how many people would watch it. And I'd probably get my channel pulled, because I'd say something stupid, because I always do. I'll probably have to go clean up strikes now. But guys, I love each and every one of you. Do me a favor. Look out for the guy and gal to your right. Look out for the guy and gal to your left. Please look out for each other. Let's be tolerant. Let's be supportive of everyone tomorrow. We're all Americans, regardless of what the next step is. It's all about love. And I'm not going to quote a cheesy love song. It's got love in the title. But to quote Lenny Kravitz is how I'm going to end tonight. We got to let love rule. I love you guys. Peace.
Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Sex is the only thing that matter nowadays. If you're looking for some women, there's a platter nowadays. Everybody BBL, ass is fatter nowadays. But it isn't God made, that don't matter these days. I got a strong addiction. Uncle tried to tell me too grown to listen. Itching for a nut, I'm prone to fix it. Scrolling through my phone, I'm on a mission. Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Looking out my window, it's some girls outside. So I grabbed my keys, I told her get in my ride. Looking for that good sex, cause it's been a long time. She get wet, I'm trying to get on her slide.